What's going on, everybody? It is Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025, and we have part 14 of the post-Apollo Ultra Heavy Launch Vehicle. Incredible space program, it returns! What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Do you have a link to that tune? It's Stellar Pulse, is what it's called in all systems. Yeah, Stellar Pulse. All right. How's everybody doing? I apologize for being a little bit on the later side today. I had somebody message me probably within 30 seconds of me hitting that live button, and it was a message. It was a message that I couldn't ignore. It's a message that I couldn't ignore. Shit, I know it was you. You broke my heart. You broke my heart. I know it was you. So sometimes that's truck driving, man.
No throttle up.
All right, so let's load up Kerbal and let's jump into it. Hope you're feeling better, Dave. I'm okay. Yeah, I took Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and kind of did my own thing, and yeah, I'm good, man. Went to a car show, you know. On Sunday, I felt better by Saturday, so I went to the car show on Sunday. I didn't go to the car show sick. Wouldn't do that. I see by your the fingers at 45 degrees, not up like this, like that. All right, not here, not here, not here. That's like A. This is just like A. This is hello down here. You know, differences. All right. John, what's going on? But yeah, I'm doing just fine. Everything's good. Let's get the tunage up and running here. Let's jump in. Now, we did some bench testing last week. Was it last week? We did some bench testing with this dang thing last week. It was, this computer's pretty good at playing KSP. Yeah, Methane, I had a good weekend. Went to a big auto show with the 59. It was a good time. And it just there was it's funny, at the show there was there's a lot of Dodge Coronets. There was a whole Mopar section, and there were B-bodies galore, 68 and 69 Coronets, 68, 69, and 70, right? There were three 69 Coronets there. Two of them were convertibles, and one of them was a coupe. And every time I walk over to the guy, I'd be like, yo, can I take a picture of the back? I need it for reference, just to make sure I'm understanding how all this goes together. And they're like, why, you're restoring one? I'm like, yes, I'm doing it in my garage. And they were like, what? And it's funny because I had a Ford shirt on, and they're like, that's great, man. That's great that you're restoring B-bodies. This is great. That's cool to see someone fix a four-door. That's really awesome. Why you have a Ford shirt on, though? I'm like, what? I drove a Ford here. Oops. How is it playing KSA? You know, we haven't tested it yet, dude. Yeah, Fluffy, there was, you know, I said it was a 95 yesterday. I don't think it was a 95. I think it's like a 93 or something. It was, so, here, hold on. It was like that blue teal. So, see, I'm pretty sure that this is not a 95 because of the kit. That pretty much was the exact car. I mean, now that I'm looking at it, that's more silver. It was more blue teal than that. Hold on, let me find another one. I mean, those cars are sick, dude. Those are super cool cars. Yeah, you know, it was that kind of grayish, teal-ish thing. Here, that's what it looked like. Hold on, I got it. It was that. Right there. That's pretty much exactly what it looked like, except it had a little bit of an older kit on it. So it was like maybe early 90s, something like that. It was good, man. Good stuff. Wait, why is it nighttime? Oh yeah, it was nighttime because of the SSTO. We were messing with it. Remember now. 90s era Tauruses are sick cars. The Taurus SHO, dude, is pretty sweet, dude. 300 horsepower. 300 horsepower V6. It's a Mitsubishi engine. It's a small displacement Mitsubishi V6 that could rev to the end of time. And it could still do that. It still revs. I mean, that was a really awesome motor. I mean, it was a Mitsubishi engine, but yeah, you could, that V6 could rev till, oh, I don't even know, 7,500 all day. 300 horsepower in a front wheel drive mid-size car in the 90s is no joke. That's pretty damn fast. Did I say Mitsubishi? Yamaha, that's right. See, I'm slipping, dudes. We got to get back into it, man. This is no good. Did you hear that Space Force Command is being moved to Alabama? Interesting. You have the carb dialed in now. Took over some longer drives last week and it was so much fun. Methane, I'm happy you're putting your truck back together. That's cool. Yeah, Tessa, they put, that has a, what is it, guys? Like, I have to go look. I think it's a 3-liter V6. Here, let me see. I'm just gonna look it up. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that Yamaha motor is nuts. Yeah. And a 5-speed behind it. That's, dude, all right. I'm not generally like a proponent of front-wheel drive cars, but that thing is pretty rad. That's pretty cool. That thing, not so much. I hate that car. It's awful. This thing, that just no. This thing, yes. Third gen is what happens when car designers get sober. Look at that, what the hell? This thing is cool. They made some all-wheel drive versions with the 3.5, which is that's pretty neat. Shouldn't have stopped making that car, dude. But yeah, guess nobody bought it. I mean, dude, look at this. Wait a minute. The lack of an automatic transmission hampered sales situation that was rectified for the model year 3.2. It's introduced for the automatic. 3.2 liter version of the SHO V6 was introduced for the automatic equipped, which still had 220 horsepower, but now boasts 215. XOD. Haka. No. All right. Anyway, let's build some rockets. So, I last left off with the launch pad, and the launch pad broke. So we're gonna recover that. We're gonna recover that. And we're going to work on the post, and we'll recover. So LV5B4, if you guys want to see this SSTO is flown. It's been to space and back. It's sitting there basically waiting for something to tow it back to a pad and launch it. I think the Taurus was meh. Your mom had a Ford Contour from that same gen. Dude, the SVT Contour is a Mondeo. That's a sweet car. Very underrated. So check that out. That thing flew. That thing's been to space. I don't know if we'd ever deployed a payload in it. At least it didn't look like an egg. Yeah. I think we'll leave this here. Not that this computer is going to give a crap if we, I don't think the computer cares that that thing is sitting there. But the pad with all my hybrid tech did end up breaking, which is a little strange, but ain't nothing we can't fix. So let's go over here and let me show you guys what we were working on. This is part 14. A lot has happened since part 13, like we got a new computer. So, got a new computer, and we did test it once, but let's get in here and make some revisions and dial this thing in. So we have revision 11 full stack right here. Oh, heck yeah. So this is a post-Apollo Saturn launch vehicle. This is from a AIAA, American Institute of Aeronautical Engineers. This is a paper from the AIA, the first AIA meeting in 1964, about what kind of rockets are, it was basically a study about what kind of rockets are going to be needed after we put people on the moon, after we put people on the moon. And basically what they were trying to do is take parts from the Saturn V and make an ultra heavy launch vehicle. This thing basically can move 1,000 tons. That was the projected numbers. 1,000 tons to low Earth orbit. Oh man, I gotta get the paper out. Hold on. The heck did I put it? I had the URL saved on the other computer. I'm gonna have to go find it again. Engineering for potential lunar missions after Apollo. No download. Do you know if they quit working on KSP2? Yes. Take-Two Interactive, the parent company, shuttered the studio, fired everybody, and sold the intellectual property to KSP. As far as I'm concerned, Psychotic, KSP2 does not exist. And KSP2 is kind of abandonware, which I'm not gonna lie, every time I say that, it kind of kills me inside, but hey, Red, thanks for the raid, man. J-Shell, tier 1 3 months in advance, 64 months total. Thanks, man. That really helps me out, Jay. I appreciate that. At least, yeah. How is this rocket working with the new computer? Really good, really good. 1,000-ton payload or gross weight? No. 900. So actually, no. I have to find the paper. Give me 1 second. I can get it on the other computer. Here we go. I got it. I forgot that I had it saved on the encoding. Here it is. So, large post-Saturn launch vehicles. Why, what, and when? The first vehicle that we're building is this. Here's the numbers. It's not 1,000, it's 500. Excuse me, pounds when I should have kilogrammed. No. The payload capacity is 980,000 pounds, which equates out not 1,000. It was 1,000,000 pounds, and I didn't divide by 2 because tons. Once again, I've been doing too much normie stuff during August. We got to lock back in. I'm starting to forget things about spaceflight, and that's not okay. Can't have that. Can't have that. Nope. Can't have that. Won't allow it. The TISM will not allow it. We have to dial back in. Hey, Psychotic Jujus, thanks for that prime sub, man. I appreciate it. So, 980,000 pounds. If you convert that to metric and then convert it to metric tons, it's about it's somewhere north of 450 tons to LEO, and we're talking about the core stage diameter here is they say it in feet. Hold on. It's 65 feet across. So that's 65 across, 60 feet for this part here, for the upper stage. So 65 divided by 3.3. Basically a 20-meter core stage, because frick you, like, that's bigger than ITS. And it would have had F1As in the first stage and 3 M1s in the second stage. Now, I did take the Mastodon engine from KSP, and we hacked the thrust limiter with a Cal controller, and we overclocked them to put out the scaled amount of thrust for an F1A. So this thing goes like the real one. It flies pretty similar to the real thing. There is some kinks that we have to work out with the second stage. Yeah. Yeah, Shaw. There's long tons and short tons, which... Usama, how are you? Good morning. Heck is a long ton. Don't worry about it. Real fake tons. So yeah, here's the Kerbalized version of it. What I did was we made this thing out of clusters of fuel tanks and then wrapped them in fairings. And I did edit the fairing craft file to get this thing to line up and work correctly. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this over into the VAB, and we're gonna send it. We're gonna send it. The last time I tested this, when we were shaking down the computer, the second stage had an anomaly that I've never seen before. It basically shook itself to pieces. So we might need to go and, redesign it a little bit, but that's okay. Our first stage, though, we put in the wrench time for that thing. Put in the wrench time for it, and I'm very happy with how it came out. The first stage performs excellent. And now that I said something, it'll probably explode, but that's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's good. Great, grand, wonderful. Now, what I really want to go with this build series, dudes, where I really want to go with it is make upgrades to this vehicle that fit better in with KSP. So this is obviously, like, if you look at the second stage here, our fuel densities are not the same. The liquid fuel in KSP is not hydrogen. That's probably methane, judging by the fuel density here. Of the ratio of oxidizer to liquid fuel, it looks like it's CH4 or maybe even hypergols, dare I say. But then again, who knows? I think it's kind of abstracted. Long story short, the fuel density of liquid fuel does not necessarily equal hydrolox, which is why my second stage has a ton of hollow space up there. And to be honest, that I don't like that at all. So what I think we should do is, when this vehicle is dialed in, I'll release it to you guys if you want to use it. We'll put it on Kerbal X. It'll be the first thing I've put on Kerbal X in a long time. A long time. And, you guys can use this for how you see fit. I mean, this thing can roll, dude. It can really... Our scaled payload capacity is about 260 tons, or I think I have 288 tons of payload on board. And
this is space. I'm in space.
We have a 10-meter fairing up there. It's gigantic. You could fit a hey, pigeon. You could fit a whole S4512 tank in there, which is the biggest tank in the game, the biggest and the highest mass tank in the game. It's 288 metric tons. One of those. I mean, it's basically what makes up the stage and stuff. So I'm gonna shut up. We're gonna launch it. Hey, food, please. Just need to send off a message before we go. Hey, it didn't blow up. Nice. Cool.
All right.
This is a rocket. You guess? Are you gonna do a car stream tomorrow? Yes, that is the plan, Rarest. We have to get back to work. Yeah. We'll do the summer car special. We're running out of time. When does fall start? I think I have till September 22nd. I think that's the equinox. Okay. There's only a couple more weeks where we could do the summer car special, so we're gonna have to get her done. Alright, with that being said, guys, Kerbal likes to overdrive the sound, and I don't have much experience with using this rig with the encoding setup in KSP and whatnot, so go ahead and do me a favor, turn your volumes down here for a second. I don't know what's gonna happen when I hit the go button. It might overdrive. So, just, yeah, headphone users, be careful. All right, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Well, good thing is that it didn't overdrive the sound. Yeah, that's good. So, you know, I didn't blow up your ears. And you got to see some nice explosions. Everybody wins except me, but, you know, hey, whatever. It's fine. Nice firework. Hey, how's the furnace coming along? Oh, wait, you blew that up, too. Nice firework. Happy New Year! Does that mean it's not coming on then? Yeah, see what I mean? I'm thinking all that hollow space that we have up in the second stage. Oh. I know what I did wrong. I didn't put same vessel collision on for the alignment pins. Yeah, you should probably do that. Yeah. That's probably a good idea. I have alignment pins between my first and second stage to help carry some of the load, and I hit action group 1 to activate same vessel collision between parts in here. I made some hinges that are made out of spectrometers right there. Those are all carrying the load of the first stage when it pushes up a little bit because of vehicle collisions between physics-less parts in KSP. Yeah, should work now. Okay, 3, 2, 1, send it. Nice. Okay, it's gonna be that kind of day in Kerbal. All right, okay. All right, that's how it's gonna be? Okay. All right, I get it. That's fine. I'm done shooting my video anyway. Astrodeka, 2-month resub. You mean a normal day? Dude, this thing worked when we tested it the other day. It worked just fine. Did I do something wrong here? Like... Now I'm wondering. See last, please. Can you use this to launch a human-rated interplanetary vehicle to Mars? Sure, of course. Sure this isn't the Block 2 tribute? Alright, so let's hit 1. Alright. Same vessel collision has been activated. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1. There we go. I see what we had to do. Booster ignition. Alright. Cleared the pad. We are go for hamster program. I mean, go for row program. Row program is complete. Okay, vehicle's pitching downrange. Here's the pitch kick. Gonna throttle back here for max Q. Go for gerbils and hamsters. Yeah, baby. Look at that. We are completely in the green, dude. It's in real time. That's pretty good. Okay, not that you guys can see it anymore, but there's max Q right there, 10,489 pascals dynamic pressure, right in line. All right. Let's throttle back up here. Start pitching the vehicle downrange. Everything's looking good. Almost the engine cut off here. Real good. Real nice. Right down the track, everything looks good. Stand by for MECO. MECO confirmed. Stage separation. Upper stage ignition. Yeah, everything looks real good. We're only reading a 200% overclock here. That might be a little low for us to wait, but that's nice. All right, what's apogee set to? Rates are good. Stand by for fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. Whatever problem we ran into the other day with the second stage being a little wonky is gone. But yeah, there we go. Everything looks good here. Is this your stress test part count vehicle? No. I launched the SSTO. That was the part count stress test. The big SSTO with the big launch pad gets about 50% simulation. The small SSTO operates basically in real time. The whole pad complex works for the most part in real time. Now, I am following the track of that stage, but I don't think we're going to make it all the way to cut off here because of slight underclocking on our second stage. We need to dial the second stage in a lot more. Guys, what I'm really thinking is redesign the stages to be more in line with redesign the stages to be more in line with a boost back at landing for, reasons. If we can circularize here before that stage gets below 25 kilometers, then we, yeah, we'll be sitting pretty. Keep in mind, we have 288 tons of payload in a 10.6 meter fairing. 267 is our scaled tonnage, J-speed. Oh yeah, we're gonna make it. We got this. And we should be able to get over to that other stage. And once again, I think we're gonna make it and then some. This thing, if I'm looking at that Delta V or the fuel readings correctly, we should have enough Delta V to get this out to the moon. Seco, 111 by 91. Oh, I just lost the first stage. That's okay. Yeah, see, those are the guide pins. I made them out of RCS balls. Hey, Sethron, what's up, man? 88 month reset. If my calculations are correct, when this baby hits 88 months, you're gonna see some serious stuff. I'm just as a test here, I'm pretty sure we have more than enough to get out to the moon. It's so weird playing. It's very strange playing KSP this smooth, if that makes any sense. Yeah, we easily have enough to get this out to the moon, no problem. Probably circularize and come back, which is crazy. Yeah, this is a little bit of overperformance here. We remember it's about getting your analysis right. Scaled analysis says that we should be able to get 267 tons into Leo. We can get 288 tons to the moon and back. That's a little bit of an oversight in the analysis here, but hey, you know, Jeb never whined about overperformance, just saying. Hey, Antares, what's going on? Is that calculation based on the fuel mass analog? We have cross-feed disabled, so the engines are picking up on the fuel that we have there. See how, so Rares, if you see the ratio here, fuel to not fuel is pretty much the same as that. So that delta V, because my engines are overclocked, that delta V readout is not accurate. But I'm telling you right now, we probably have, I'd say probably 2 kilometers a second, maybe 3 kilometers a second delta V here easily. Are you okay? You seem a little tired. Titan kept waking me up last night, dude. I'm all right. I'm fine. He kept waking me up because he wanted to sleep on me. Sometimes he comes up right next to me and puts his head right here. He puts his head right here, so I wake up with dog in my face. And yeah, sometimes he wants to sleep next to me. And it wakes me up a lot, but I don't care. Is Titan okay? Titan's fine. He's yeah, he has heartworms, so we got to be careful. Does he have smelly breath? Yeah. He performs much better than expected. Yeah, but in real life, overperformance is just as bad as underperformance. The whole idea with engineering is to build what you need, and nothing more. Build what you need. The expectations here called for 267 tons to Leo. We have 288. We could move 288 to the moon. That's not exactly what we were going for. You know? That's not... That's... You know, we kind of... Kind of missed the mark there, but here, I'll show you. And the crazy thing is that our second stage is underperforming. So yeah, we built something a little more little more spicy than It's a little spicier than what we anticipated. It means we could add some luxury features, right? Oh, yeah. It is cool to see those 3 engines chug away, though.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I will bet you we have enough to recircularize here. Yeah. I mean, let's just see where our full delta B ends. See the red popping up there? We have 1.7 kilometers a second. Dude, this thing could land it on the moon. Yeah. That's how much we missed the mark. Oops. Hey, Marco, what's up, man? 30-month resub. Did the performance overclock increase fuel consumption? Yes, Marius, yes. Hey, Linux, what's going on? How much could this thing move to Mars? Pretty much the same, Kate. Do you think SpaceX will make a gimbaling vacuum Raptor engine for starships that will basically just be like this? No, not initially, Archie. That is a major redesign to do something like that. Yeah. That's a major redesign to do something like that. Starship, it's a trade-off, right? You're taking an efficiency trade-off firing the sea level engines up there. You're losing a lot of efficiency that way. Using a sea level optimized nozzle in the vacuum, you're losing performance essentially. But that's your rudder. The 3 engines in the center on Starship are the rudder. That's what makes it work. Do you think SpaceX will have a dock in orbit? No, Chimp. What I'm thinking about, how I'm thinking about SpaceX here with their okay, think about so the way that Starship is set up doesn't treat space like how a conventional like Apollo program would treat it, or even the shuttle program, right? SpaceX is very much treating their Starship architecture not so much like a space station on orbit, but like airplanes flying. They're treating it more like airplanes, right? So, you know, if you want to refuel, we don't have some gigantic floating dirigible station that you can get planes to go up to and like a giant floating flying aircraft carrier or something, right? That you can go land a plane on and refuel it. They're very much thinking of it this way. SpaceX is not so much focused on orbit architecture so much as, you know, they're focused on land-based stuff like this, right? Like that. Think about it like that. You have, the KC-10, all right? So what's a KC-10? It's an extender. So that's a refueling. That's KC is the U.S. military designation for a refueling craft. But a KC-10 is a DC-10. It's the same thing. Only instead of people, you have fuel tanks. Right? You know, instead of this, right, you have fuel tanks in this spot instead. You know, think about starships like that. you know, you're going to have variants. That's how SpaceX seems to be setting it up. You'll have a passenger variant, and then you'll have a refueling variant, right? And then you'll have a cargo variant. There is a cargo version of the DC-10. I forget what it's called. There it is. There's a cargo version of it with a cargo door up at the front. Trying to find it. Give me 1 second. I don't know where it is. But you get the idea. Like, there's the KC-10, there's the DC-10 cargo. The cargo one has a gigantic door built into the front on the side, if I'm remembering this correctly. Nah, it doesn't matter. FedEx uses them. Yeah, see, there's the cargo version. That's inside of it. See what I mean? So, you know, you could carry fuel, you could carry cargo, you could carry people. Think about Starship like that. Don't think about it like, oh, SpaceX is going to build a huge depot on orbit. I don't think that they would. I very much think they're thinking about it like airplanes. I mean, SpaceX, Elon, everybody has said that they want Starship to work with airliner-like operations, right? And the way that the Starship architecture seems to be set up seems to be borrowing a lot from early 747 architecture. So like, I'll give you an example. Like early 747s, actually I'm pretty sure every 747 has this provision, but early 747s had range that basically outreached the logistics for airports, meaning that a 747 could take off from New York and it could basically fly anywhere in the world. Anywhere you want to go, right? Now, that means potentially flying to places that do not have the servicing facilities or the infrastructure to deal with this thing. Right? Think about that for a second. The 747, when it was first made, there was no provisions for a plane like that. There's nothing. But Joe Sutter, the chief designer, thought about stuff like this. 747s have 2 extra engine. Well, sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 1. It depends. They have an extra engine pylon here, so you can deadhead a 5th or 6th engine depending on the variant, right? So the 747 has a configuration where it can have 6 engines, but does that mean it has 6 engines firing? No, it's just pinwheeling. It's the engine's kind of freewheeling, which is fine. They did that because there might not be maintenance facilities where this thing can fly. It the range of this plane outflew the logistics for it. So they came up with the idea, Joe Sutter came up with the idea of putting an extra engine pylon on this thing so we could fly with 5, right? It could fly with 5 engines. If a 747 flew to like Sydney, where there was no facilities for this thing set up, right? If you had a bad engine, right? The next 747 that's coming from Los Angeles or whatever, where you do have the facilities for it, right, would be deadheading a motor. And they would take that good engine off, put it on the 747 that had the bad engine, and then take the bad engine and put it on the 5th pylon and deadhead it back. So you could keep your 747 fleet working. Think about it like that. The early 747s have tons of provisions like that to basically deal with the fact that you're going to be flying places that do not have the right maintenance facilities. Aesop, 2-month resub. Air Force One. I don't know if Air Force One has the 5th pylon. I have no idea. I don't know. That's the Spirit of Everett. That plane is still around. It's at the Museum of Flight in Seattle. That's Spirit of Everett. That other picture that I showed with the cowl off, that's also Spirit of Everett. That's the 747 serial number 1. So, even the JT9, dude. The JT9D, that was such a big deal. That was the Raptor of its time. for airplanes. The JT9 was the first high bypass jet engine. That's part of the reason that the 747 had the range that it did. Because somebody at Pratt & Whitney came up with the idea of having a jet engine pinwheel adducted fan. And that right there is basically they broke the mold when Pratt & Whitney figured this out. Every modern plane engine is made exactly like that. Every single one of them. Like, it's very rare that you're not going to find a high bypass turbofan. Wouldn't that extra engine drag greatly reduce range? Yeah, of course, but you still get your jet engine home. The JT9, guys, that was the Raptor engine equivalent for like airplane engines from the 60s. I mean, dude, even the 747, everybody thought Boeing was nuts when they designed this thing. They're like, you're out of your freaking mind. Like, why would you make this? Right? Just like everybody says SpaceX is out of their mind for using Starship. Why use Starship? Why not just use Dragon? Blah, 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 blah. No. They broke the mold when they made this thing, dude. In fact, the 747s were being produced up until 2023. The last one rolled off the assembly line as 747-8F, though it's a freighter for Atlas Air. Rolled off the assembly line in 2023, dude. The production run is insane. From 1969 to now, it's 54 years. Crazy. Yeah, the funny thing is that Boeing made it. Boeing made the 747 for two things. They made it to anticipate the supersonic era. So this is like, they thought of it as the last plane that they would need. They thought of it as the last plane they would need before they start building like Concords and stuff, right? So the 747 can basically fly up and skirt the transonic regime and just kind of sit there. And believe it or not, this 747 was built as a stopgap. Seriously, it was built as a stopgap. Boeing built it anticipating that everybody would move to supersonic transporters because it's faster. So like stuff like Concorde. Those things never materialized, but the big thing that they did was build it for Pan Am. The CEO of Pan Am was a guy by the name of Juan Trippe. And Juan Trippe basically, let's say he's an aviation nerd and we'll call it that. We'll call it that. And he basically went to Boeing and said, the markets are changing. I need a plane that can fly around the world. And Boeing's like, huh? Okay, all right, fine, whatever, let's go. And that's kind of how the 747 came together. See, after the introduction of the 707 in October 58, Pan Am wanted a jet 2.5 times the size to reduce its seat cost by 30%. Yeah, they broke the mold when they made that damn thing, dude. But think about it. That's basically what Starship is nowadays, dude. That's what Starship is trying to do. Starship is trying to build that. Even down to the stopgap stuff. SpaceX has said many times that they might want to move to a bigger core stage. You know, maybe a 12-meter core in the future. You know, but the 747 is the one that broke the mold, dudes. Do you think you could see a Starship deadheading a Raptor into space at some point in the future? It's possible. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, you already have engine out capability with Starship. SpaceX has proven it. Like, I mean, they've only proven it with Super Heavy, right? But you can lose an engine. It's not an issue. Like, even Flight 7, the one that was shaking itself to pieces, still lost a motor and it was still fine. It's only when it lost the 3 Raptors in the center did it really start to have an issue. What do you think the largest feasible diameter core would be? We're flying by the moon. Well, yeah, I dialed this thing into a free return just to see what would happen. Yeah, we got a nice free return going on here. What do you think the largest feasible diameter core would be? Hellfish, if you want my honest to God opinion, we're set up for about a 10-meter core right now. That is basically the leftover infrastructure from the Saturn V. We're set up for a 10. You could probably get away with 12. So, like, if we made a 12-meter rocket, 12-meter core diameter rocket, the VAB could basically do it. That could handle it. Other than that, you're going to have to start redesigning launch infrastructure. I mean, look at the amount of modification that SpaceX has needed to do to, like, Highway 4 and everything just to get a 9-meter core around. And the 9-meter core barely fits. Yeah, I would say we're set up. The VAB. Now I'm thinking about mass and stuff. Yeah, you could get away with a 12-meter core out of the VAB. It'll work. Yeah. The VAB is basically set for 10, but it has throughputs for bigger core diameter because they were anticipating building bigger rockets. Because even though everybody says that Apollo isn't feasible, it's not feasible, it's just flags and footprints. No. The systems engineering architecture and the stakeholder architecture was designed to basically transition into an Apollo applications program, and it did. And they nixed it. People say, the Saturn V wasn't sustainable. Okay, explain Skylab then. What is that? That's not sustainable, huh? No, it's not sustainable. They already had Von Braun and his engineers already had they already had basically designs like this one going into the future for what Apollo needed to do to keep the costs down. What about transporting the core in sections and on-site assembly for a larger core? Armored Prayer, that's basically what they do with SLS right now. Yeah, fun fact. It's not because of core diameter reasons. The SLS core stage is assembled in the VAB in High Bay 2. Yeah, NASA built out a gigantic jig in there to be able to assemble the stage together. The reason why they switched assembly of the core stage to the VAB post Artemis 3 is because the MPS for SLS, the main propulsion system. So the part with the 4 engines down at the bottom of SLS, the 4 shuttle engines in it, right? That needs to be assembled in a clean room environment, and Michoud, where the MPS is manufactured, doesn't have a clean room. So NASA, instead of building a clean room in Michoud, they're using the SSPF at Kennedy Space Center, the Space Station Processing Facility, which is a gigantic clean room that was used to put together the space station modules. All the space station modules were finalized and assembled at Kennedy Space Center, like the ones for the ISS. All the truss segments, cupola module, all that stuff was assembled there. And it's a gigantic clean room that's already made. So what they did was they moved final core stage assembly to KSC, but manufacturing still in Michoud. They just assemble the MPS in the clean room environment, so there's no contamination. And once it's good to go, then you can put the whole thing together in the VAB, which is not a clean room environment. But they kind of already do that. Like, transporting in sections does work. It's just a large diameter runs into some big problems. Here, let's try to recert. It's really a shame seeing the space future we could have had. Bro, don't worry about it. SpaceX got this under control. SpaceX could potentially give us something better, which is why I will always cheer for them. payload. 66 by 274. Guys, we can almost land. We can almost land this thing. If the payload wasn't so heavy, we could land the stage. This thing just went free return from the moon and then recircularized. I'm pretty sure, given the Delta V numbers and performance, we could land 280 tons on the moon if we developed a lander for this thing, or just we could just land this stage on the moon. Wanted to. What probe core gives all the SAS options? I have an RGU in there, and I don't like wheel authority. We don't need that. Okay, cool. Good performance evaluation there.
What do you call a tough mission at an Italian restaurant? Mission Impasta BLE.
All right, I'm gonna go. So yeah, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Oh, sorry, I had to pee. All right, I'm back. Hey, I bet. I hate that guy. So yeah, it seems to have worked. We still got to start in the throttle down phase, and you basically got to stage your engines, but that's fine. It's okay, no problem. What did I say? The second stage overclock. Second stage is 200% overclock. So yeah, this thing is basically good to go. You can't pulse all 18 engines off the pad; it will explode. But if you start at 66% throttle, hit the space bar, and then throttle up, it goes. So yeah, pretty good. Now, here's the real question: where do we go with this? Where do we go with this thing? I think we have a very, very good design here. I'm really happy with this. We go to Eve. I mean, I'm not sure we have the right TWR on our second stage, Urban, but also... Go to Uranus. Okay. Do you think Starship V5 will be 12 meter? I think it really depends on No, Enzo. That really depends. I'm not going to say that there's no plan with Starship, but the next version very much depends on how good the current version is working right now and how close it is to what SpaceX needs for trying to colonize Mars. That's really important to understand. Can we develop a human and cargo lander for the moon? I would want to redesign the second stage and first stage for this, Brandon, if we want to do that. Slight redesigns, not anything too crazy. Okay, what I really want to do is see how well we could build a launch pad for this thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's what I want. That's what I want to do with this. And I don't like the smaller core stage diameter, or the smaller core diameter on the second stage. I think we should shrink. Well, I think we should shrink the second stage and widen it. And then we get a wider fairing. We would get a 12-meter fairing instead of a 10-meter fairing. But do we have a gantry that could assemble this? Give me a second, Wookie. I'll get back to you. Yeah, we could make something to make this work, sure. Yeah, I could build a pad for this thing. I mean, it's only 288 parts. If we launched it with a decent payload, we're looking at, I don't know, maybe 500-600 parts. No problem. Pad would probably be another 800. Yeah, it'd probably end up being around the SSTO. Have you ever made a Starlink analog? No. You should make a new mission mode and use this to make a colony of you. I mean, guys, yeah, she's pretty much good to go. That second stage didn't have an anomaly. And what I basically wanted to do with this rocket is kind of get back into KSP and just test my building chops here. Pretty sure we got them right.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Cruzo, 1813 sub. I was expecting more explosions. You know what? Let's launch it again, just to verify that works. I mean, once again, I didn't really build this with architecture in mind. The only provisions and stakeholder expectations that I built into it is to be like the real one, more or less, and be like the real one and use it to test to get back into building. Hope Titan's doing all right. He's fine, Jay. He just has to take it easy, and he doesn't like it. He does not like staying in his crate all day. Not that he's getting angry or anything. He's looking at me like, why are you doing this? We didn't do this before. Why are you doing it now? I mean, obviously he doesn't understand that he's sick, but what happened to the puppy? He has heartworms, dude. He has heartworms. He has to take it easy for the next 3 months. While we give him medicine to kill a parasite. We give him heartworm preventative for the people that are dog people. We stayed up on that. the vet thinks that he had it before we got him, which sucks, which means the last people that had Titan did not give him heartworm preventative, which pisses me off, but whatever. Hey, Dave.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thanks for the sub, dude. Why is it bouncing? Just because the game sets it out on the pad, Sergeant Klein, all at once. And the thing is quite heavy. All right, so let's test it again. Ready? T minus 10, 9, 8. Titan will be fine, guys. It's just, yeah. Howdy, Space News today. If so, what time I got to work? I'm targeting 5 o'clock for Space News. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Yep, that seems to be reliable every time. Throttling down for max Q. Yeah, Jonas, I got something that's pretty dang reliably working, and dude, on the new computer, we're in the green, dude. It's all real time. I didn't clock the second stage engines, J-Speed. I think clocking them higher would be gross over performance to the point where I don't think we even need to. Is this pure stock? And if so, what are the engines? Overclocked Mastodons. Thanks. Okay, we're past max Q, throttling back up. Oh, Q went up again. I throttled up too early. Dude, this thing goes. She's a powerhouse. Look at this fly. What a monster. Oh crap. Oh, that was me. I went to pitch back and I went like this and yawed it by accident. That was totally me. I broke it. It did not like that. It did not like it. I should have throttled back. Holy crap, what an explosion. Yo, what is that piece? That piece went yeet. What's the apogee on that thing? Holy crap. Dude, just like a real rocket, this is right on the ragged edge of working. Stuff like this can happen to real rockets. That's why rockets throttle back, because of the compression loads. It couldn't take it. It couldn't take it. My TWR was too high. Yeah. And I yawed it back and forth, and the whole thing went like this, and Aero took the second stage. That absolutely is a thing. Yeah. That's, so, fellas, I'll turn this into a little bit of a learning moment. Think about that for a second. You see how much of a jiggle made that thing explode? Now think about Flight 10 and what Ship 37 did doing this at Mach 7 and staying together in one piece. Because usually that's what would happen. You know, a quick yaw left, yaw right will blow the vehicle up. That happened. That's a thing with real rockets. Absolutely. They're not really designed. They're only designed to take load in one direction, right? If you kind of steer this way and it takes load this way, it's going to blow up. We saw something similar to that happen with Falcon 9 in the in-flight abort. The Falcon 9 in-flight abort, if you notice, the whole stack kind of slews to one side and then it blows up. Everybody was like, oh, it's the flight termination system. Like, no, Aerodynamics ripped it to shreds. Turns out rockets with no fairing on the top don't fly very well. Come on, this is why we can't have nice things. Whatever. Ding Mana, 3-month resub. Thanks, dude. Hope you're well. Big Blue, I'm doing just fine. The ship is designed to take lateral load because of the belly flop re-entry. Yeah, you know, yeah, of course. Well, of course, it's designed to take lateral entry. Yeah, why don't you just ruin my learning moment? Why don't you just ruin it? Yeah, just ruin it. Just screw it all up. It's fine. No, it's good. It's good. No, it's good. I insist. Come on. Explain. Come on, explain. No, we're already past that point. Anyway. So, guys, like, yeah, I kind of want to go somewhere with this. I want to take what we learned about building fairings and stuff and build something crazier. Make it a bit more pointy. It's not pointy enough. Pointy is actually not aerodynamic at high speed. Seriously, when you get into hypersonics, a point, I mean, it is, but points don't work very well. The reason why is because you start to get crazy shock heating because of the plasma shock that, well, it doesn't really turn to plasma, but at hypersonics, you get heating. And you get a boundary layer, and the closer the boundary layer is to the vehicle, the more heat it's going to take, right? So, believe it or not, a pointed nose you will go fast, but you also get way hotter. That's why if you look at rockets, they don't necessarily have a nice pointy front. And I mean, once again, I know you're making a dictator joke, like I get it. It's not pointy enough, reference acknowledged. But believe it or not, stuff that goes extremely high speed usually has a hemispherical nose, or a blunt nose. But also, it's not pointy enough. It has to be more pointy. How are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies? Starship is pointy because Elon wanted it that way. Yeah, and Linux, the funny thing is that Starship with that pointy nose is going to get extremely hot around the nose cone because your plasma boundary is going to be close. Now, here. Look. Christopher! Where is the pictures of that sucker landing? Okay, yep. Risky Google of the day was, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that was just Googling Elon. Here, let me find it, dudes. Yeah, that'll work. That's a good idea. Now, if you look, when Ship 37 came down and landed, the nose got the hottest because you saw the silica blankets get burned off. Here, this is the picture I wanted, right here. Take a peek. Now, white stuff is the silica backing blanket, meaning these tiles got smoked pretty bad. It's hard to tell from the pictures, but yeah, that's your secondary TPS basically splattered all over the place. That's the backing plate behind the tiles, or the backing blankets. Yeah, the tiles not happy. That's not great. And that, look, like I said, the hottest spots right here, I mean, I don't see many tiles there now that I'm really looking at it. There's plenty of tiles down here. But I was telling you guys the day that Ship 37 happened that right up in here, this area right here, specifically like right around there, that's going to be the hottest spots. Now, the funny thing is if you look at Starship's nose, it looks fine. There's tiles up there. There ain't tiles right here though, because that ain't the hottest spot. Hottest spot's down here. Fun fact, same deal with the space shuttle. Take a look. So the shuttle has a blunt nose for the, the reasons I'm talking about. Because when you're going hypersonic, you're going like Mach 10. You don't want plasma near you. Okay, so actually this picture of Discovery from the Smithsonian is perfect for explaining what I'm trying to talk about. So take a look. Now, you look at the nose cone of the shuttle, right? blunt nose, but also it's pointing down. You ever notice that? Nose is pointing down. It's pointing that way. It's not pointing this way. It's pointing that way. Why? Well, the shuttle re-enters like this. It re-enters this way. It doesn't fly like this through re-entry. It doesn't fly nose first through re-entry. It re-enters like that. That's why the nose, if you look, the nose is kind of canted down a little ways. Now, take a look at these tiles, dudes. Look at all up in here. Look at where the most amount of tiles that have been replaced or re-injected are. It's all up in here. Most amount of scorching happens right in this area here. There's actually a field modification that they did at Kennedy Space Center to help with heating, because the heating on this part of the shuttle got so bad that the tiles wouldn't do it. They learned that from flying. I mean, the tiles would do it, but they were getting burnt. They were getting burnt to a crisp, right? So, believe it or not, the shuttle uses an RCC nose cone, reinforced carbon-carbon. It is basically a very, 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 very thermally resistant carbon composite, right? And they use that on the parts of the shuttle that gets the hottest, like the wing leading edge and the nose cone. But we need to find another picture. We need to find a picture of the shuttle's nose cone up close. Yeah, that'll do it. And that's also an amazing picture. So if you look right there, that part is going to get the hottest because the plasma is going to get the closest, because that blunt nose cone is going to try to shoot the plasma out to the sides, right? Once again, this really shows how pointed down it is. It's pointed this way. It's not pointed like right at us. It's pointed that way, right? And if you look right behind it, there's a strip of RCC that was installed because the tiles there were getting gacked really badly. So they took it off and they actually extended the nose cone down a little bit so the hottest parts are even more pointed down. Like, they didn't extend the nose cone, they didn't change the nose cone, but they added to the reinforced carbon-carbon because the underside of the shuttle, like right under the snoot, was getting extremely hot during re-entry, and it was enough to ablate the silica tiles that were there. Super up close ist verboten. So, Starship with its blunt nose design, like, look, it's not even hot up there. They did not get any tile ablation up here, but they got tile ablation down here. Technically, Starship's nose cone should point in that direction. It shouldn't point this way. It should be pointed down. That way you can use the nose to split the plasma, but that's not what happened here. You can see exactly the way the plasma was flowing over this thing. And look, if you look, it all kind of converges right in this area here. Because that's what's hitting re-entry first. When Starship flies, it flies pitched up, right? So this part of the ship is what's going to hit the plasma first. So that's going to get the hottest, and that's where they had the tiles unzip, which is not good. Yeah, you can see one of them over there. See? One of them fell off. It's over there in the back of the picture. There's a reason why on the older versions we were getting burned through right here, because this is the hottest part, and look where all that plasma's going. It's going to go right up into where the flap should be, and it was burning the armpit of that flap. It was burning like right there. You know, if the flap's like going up and down like this, right, it's going to burn right here. Yeah, so very interesting here. If it was up to me, I'm an armchair engineer, don't worry about it, I just play Kerbal a lot. But if it was me, I would increase the angle of attack on Starship to minimize heating. This one kind of re-entered at like 45-ish degrees. Now you got to keep in mind that this plasma wake that it leaves, it changes. The angle of the wake changes depending on speed. At higher speeds, it's actually closer to the vehicle. And that's why peak heating, that's part of the reason why peak heating is so high up. They hit peak heating basically in the early parts of entry interface, right? But peak heating is not necessarily tied to peak pressure, right? Another thing to take into account. Why do you think there isn't any RCC on Starship? Are there downsides? Cost? Honestly, J-Speed, I don't think they've iterated enough on it. I don't think they've iterated enough on the heat shield because they haven't had anything to iterate on because the Starships aren't making it. Flight 7, 8, and 9 did not go very well. Did not get good data on thermal protection systems. So, I do believe in the future we'll see a more hybridized heat shield design on Starship, just like the Space Shuttle. One, because, look, convergent design. Convergent design is a thing. Now, now that I'm really thinking about it, I don't think we'll see RCC on Starship. We could, it's possible, but RCC is carbon composite. They're already using unifibrous composite tiles on Starship, so there's no need for RCC. I will tell you that, I would be very, very surprised. And once again, I'm an armchair engineer. I'm not an aerospace engineer. I know frick all about hypersonics. I'm aerospace freshman student knowledge of hypersonics at best. I would really think about redesigning the nose a little bit, but I don't think they want to do that because manufacturing. So what you would end up doing is probably going with a thicker tile right around the proverbial chin of Starship. You'd want a thicker tile down there. Yeah, a thicker tile to deal with the heat. You can change the thickness on them. The shuttle has all manner of different thickness of tiles. That's part of the reason why the Space Shuttle's 33,000 and change tiles are non-interchangeable, because they designed the tiles thickness the tile's thickness was very dependent on where it is on the vehicle, because some parts of the shuttle get way hotter than others. Yeah, that's why none of them are interchangeable. They're all different thicknesses. SpaceX is trying to fix that by making them all one thickness, right? So now you're at, if this is what is going on, right? Now you're at a crux. You're at a crossroads here. Do you redesign the nose cone to deal with your tiles, or do you redesign your tiles to deal with your nose cone? Because dude, once again, I'm not trying to say that I know anything more than what SpaceX knows. The engineers there are way smarter than me. They absolutely know what's going on here. They wanted to see it. It's not like this thing had holes in the heat shield. For all we know, the holes that SpaceX poked in this heat shield are the reason why the tile's unzipped. It might be an applicable solution. Sure, no doubt. Also, at the same time, though, I'll bet you they're thinking about this. The tile team, the TPS leads are probably thinking about this problem right now, because you can't have it unzip. If it unzips on Mars, you're dead. Because what happens when you try to come back to Earth? You have no tiles on the front. What are you going to do? Hope and pray? No, absolutely not. This has to work. It has to stay together. There's no, we lost 1 or 2 tiles. It's fine. We lost 1 or 2 tiles on Mars entry, descent, and landing. It'll be fine when we go back to Earth. No, it won't. No, it won't. Now, I know what people are saying, but EJ, this lost a bunch of tiles. You could see them in the pictures there. Yeah, okay. Say we got Ship 37 intact, and we somehow, despite the big hole in the back, launched it again. Do you think it would go through re-entry again just fine? No way. You would lose it. There's too much unzipping. There's too many tiles lost. It's a non-reusable heat shield right now, which is fine. That's fine for this point in iteration in the design. That's totally okay. Maybe they'll send a bunch of spare tiles to Mars before sending people. Possible, Dave. But now you're running into a logistics problem. And this is the kind of stuff you got to think about. And I'm not saying that SpaceX isn't by any means. I always try never to take the position that I know more than SpaceX, because that's bullcrap. No way. Not a chance. There's no way I know some gotcha idea that the SpaceX, the 15,000 strong staff at SpaceX, the best engineers in the world, there's no way I know more than them. What I try to tell you, what I'm trying to explain is putting you into their mentality and try to tell you guys what they're thinking about. All right? Okay. So, you send a Starship that's full of tiles, okay? Cool. How do you get those tiles on? Well, how do they do it here? Well, they do it here in a high bay, in the mega bay, right? They do it in mega bay 2. That's how they put all the tiles on. They have a bunch of gantries and stuff. Is that on the table for a Mars mission? No. Especially not the early missions. Not a chance. So, what is the other way to do it? A man lift? You could build some type of Martian man lift, right? Sure. Yeah, you could do that. SpaceX could probably belt that out real quick, or pay somebody to do it. Yeah, and then, you just send one of those JLG lifts, right? That's electrical powered instead of diesel powered, and then boom, there you go. Runs off solar, no problem, right? Now you're getting into another vehicle design. Now, I don't think that there's necessarily any problem with that, Dave, but once again, the SpaceX engineers, I don't think they're thinking like this. The reason why is because building all of this paraphernalia for heat shield refurbishment, right, on Mars is good in the interim, but that ultimately overlooks the fact that you failed to make a heat shield that's fully reusable, right? Thinking about it like that. Oh, I'll send a Starship full of tiles, and I'll send a vehicle so they can fix it, right? That basically is you admitting from an engineering point of view that your thermal protection system sucks. And it's easy to fall into a trap like that. NASA did with the space shuttle. Instead of iterating on that heat shield and making it better, they just came up with mitigations to try and make the heat shield work better every time, right? That doesn't work. That's going to get you a non-reusable spacecraft. That's going to get you a refurbishable spacecraft. Nothing wrong with that. But also, remember, SpaceX's goals. What are the goals? What's the vehicle? What's the point of the vehicle? Vehicle needs to be mass produced because you need to send thousands of ships in a transfer window to Mars, right? And now, it's not potentially bad to think about these problems. Will you have a Starship that has some tiles come off when they first go to Mars? Yes, absolutely. It'll absolutely happen. Because they've never done EDL on Mars with a Starship. I wouldn't be surprised if tiles come off on the first try. Sure, absolutely. Because that's how SpaceX rolls. They'll get it right the next time, right? If we get to a point where humanity is sending thousands of ships to Mars every transfer window, right? Will one of them have a problem with the tiles? Yeah, probably. But now is the time to instead of putting your money into mitigations, now is the time to get that shield right and get it reusable. I firmly believe within the confines of material science that is possible. Of course it is. Sure. You're going to have to pay a lot of money and have some pretty deep pockets to engineer a fully reusable heat shield. But I'm pretty sure SpaceX has that at this point, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. They'll get it. Canadarm was used to inspect tiles, right? What was the plan in case they were not intact? Ooh, Toto, good question. The plan, if they found a tile that wasn't good, they'd get to the ISS and then reassess from there. You could do an EVA with the orbiter boom sensor sweeper and repair some tiles on orbit. Difficult, but doable. And keep in mind, all that was implemented after Columbia. To fix the nose, could they have a titanium sheet under the nose tiles? It's possible, Erudite, but titanium is very, very high mass, very heavy. Remember, it's mass, it's not weight. Starship, you gotta remember, Starship, even SpaceX through their own admission, Starship is having some mass fraction problems, meaning it's way too heavy. They gotta simplify it. You have to simplify and add lightness if they want to hit that 100-ton payload capacity to LEO, right? That's a big expectation. Need 100 tons to LEO, fully reusable. Adding titanium to your heat shield is increasing mass to potentially get your heat shield working. Now, once again, that might work, but that right there is admitting that your tiles weren't good enough. So redesign the tiles. And keep in mind, everybody's different, Like another company like Boeing or Lockheed might not think about it this way. But SpaceX is very much like get the thing working and then dial it in from there. But SpaceX only does mitigations when they have a fix coming down the road. Does that make sense? Like all the mitigations that they did with the fire suppression system in the aft section of Starship. That's all added mass. That's added mass to Starship that the version 3 version of Starship with Raptor 3 will fix, right? They only do mitigations when they're waiting for the fix to come down the proverbial pipeline. Hey Raiden, what's going on? I don't think they'll do Earth re-entry with the same ship they did Mars re-entry with. They'll fly a second ship to Mars and do a crew transfer in low Mars orbit. They'll need to refuel an LMO. I think they're working on in situ resource utilization to refuel and send the same ship back. Give me 1 second. Last. To do a house ships, they're going to launch them over the 2-year... To do a house ships. Are they going to launch them over the 2-year period, tank them all in space just before the window opens? I think that's the intention, yes. Anyway. Scales might work better than tiles. Scales would create too much turbulence, James. Your tiles need to be flat. It needs to be a flat shape to get your plasma flow correct. Scales would make turbulent plasma flow. Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. That would... Actually, to be honest with you, I don't know what turbulent plasma flow would do. I have no freaking clue. That's beyond me. They chose Methalox so they could generate fuel on Mars. Correct. Yeah, but Battle, even the commodity choice for Starship was a compromise. Theoretically, the best fuel that you could use, the easiest fuel to make on Mars and on the moon is hydrogen, hydrolox. Liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. Easiest one. You find ice. We know there's ice on Mars. We know there's ice on the moon. Easy to do. Sabatier reaction, easy peasy. Separate, actually, what is it called? When you electrolyze water. That splits it. No problem. Easiest thing. However, SpaceX doesn't want to do that. Now, the reason why they don't want to do that is because hydrogen is... The amount of paraphernalia you need to keep hydrogen working correctly, to keep it from boiling off, to keep it from leaking, is very, 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 very mass intense. So it's easy to make hydrogen, but it's harder to store it, especially on other planets. It's hard to store it here, right? And it leaks everywhere. SpaceX opting for Methalox propulsion using liquid methane and liquid hydrogen makes the propellants a little bit harder to make on Mars. You could still use a Sabatier reaction, no problem, right? For in situ resource utilization. It's called ISRU for short. ISRU is in Kerbal. You have drills in a convertitron to make fuel on other planets, right? That ain't no thing, right? But it's going to be harder to make the propellants, but it's way easier to store Methalox. Way easier to store it. It's much more stable. It does not leak nearly as much as liquid hydrogen. Hydrogen only exists as a gas or as a liquid in a very narrow window of temperature. All right, it's a very narrow window, and if you skirt one side or the other, well, first of all, you're not getting solid hydrogen. That's not. We don't have the energy. We don't, it's not that we couldn't do it, it's just, yeah, solid hydrogen would need to be a very, there would need to be a very niche application there to get that. So you're not doing that. And then for the most part, hydrogen just exists as a gas. It only liquefies at a very, 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 very low temperature. It's like, I think it's minus 290. I think it's minus 2, no. Give me 1 second. It's like 5 Kelvin or something, which is like minus 273 C, 290 C or something in there. Yeah, it's super close to absolute zero. So A, you're probably not getting it. You're probably not getting it to solidify, right? And B, it's very hard to store it as a liquid. It mostly wants to be a gas. Methane is a little bit different. Now, methane is CH4. So hydrogen is just H2. It's just 2 hydrogens kind of, right? Methane is a carbon, right, with 4 hydrogens attached in 4 times symmetry, right? That carbon makes it very stable. It makes it very, very easy. It, like with LH2, right, those hydrogens are stuck to each other, and if they turn to gas, they'll spread out and they leak out of everything. Now, if we're talking about scale here, that carbon is gigantic comparatively to the 4 hydrogen, so it keeps it nice and stable. That carbon won't leak out of things because that carbon has trouble fitting through seams. It's much easier to store methane, liquid methane, much easier. And the window for methane to exist as a liquid is way bigger than it is with liquid hydrogen. So, once again, SpaceX opted for a propellant that is a little bit more difficult to make on Mars, so they're going to need a more complicated in situ resource utilization, but a much less complicated propellant storage mechanism. That makes sense, dudes? I say hydrogen rather goes into superfluidity than going solid. Yeah, we're not getting. It is beyond our technical prowess to get hydrogen to solidify right now. I don't think we could. I'm not saying it couldn't be done. It could be done. I'm saying we can't do it with current tech. Somebody would have to pony up. I thought the first few rounds of Starship to Mars are planned as one way and use the body of the ship as supplies for HABs. I don't know, maybe. Does Starship have a backup power unit like an APU? I do not think the current versions of it have something like that, Mike. I don't know. As far as I know, the Starships right now are basically have a bunch of Tesla Model X batteries sitting inside of it. They have Model X battery packs. Well, you know, I don't know that for sure, but I'm pretty damn sure. So no APU right now. The SpaceX will probably, I'll bet you HLS has some auxiliary power generation system and auxiliary system in the form of solar panels. I'll bet you it has something like that. Do you think all the stuff you need for landing on Mars won't make your Mars fraction too bad? 2, do you think all the stuff you need for landing on Mars won't make your Mars fraction too bad? If they get 100 tons to Leo, yeah, you should be fine, Livin. As long as they can hit that number. Starship can move 100 tons to low Earth orbit. That's enough. That's enough to get the ball rolling, so to speak. Will it be enough Delta V to come back to Earth from Mars' surface without refueling? With no payload, it's possible, Livin. With no payload. But now at that point, you're managing boil off. It's possible. But I do not think the first Starships that get out there are coming home. What X-Wing said in chat. Do you think Mars has veins of ores like Earth does? Yes, absolutely. How can methalox be made on the lunar surface?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I asked my grandpa how he became a successful farmer after struggling for so many years. He said, "Well, it all started when I began keeping a tally of each of my cows." Seeing my puzzled face, he added, "That was the cattle list."
Starship also uses Tesla motors for actuating the flaps, right? As far as I know, Dan, they may have changed it, but I'm pretty sure it does, yeah. Hey, see you. 32 month resub. Thank you. Hi, Geeson. Anyway. This thing seems to be pretty dialed in. I mean, it's a little bit slippy when you're getting to max Q, but... Guys, I'll be honest. I want to use what we learned here to make to make a bigger rocket, to make a big one. I would really like to make something that I'd really like to make something that can boost back and land. Mission mode time? Oh, maybe. It's just, I mean, the 10-meter payload is going to get us something pretty good, but what's the max fairing size? You can custom edit them, make whatever you want. Hey, Canadian. I'm great, man. How are you? Mr. Jumlin? How's things, dude? No, if we were going to do another mission mode, guys, and I say if, it's more when. I just really want to get my feet wet in KSP again. Mission mode is very hard, and you will fail at it if you're not ready. And I don't know, maybe that's what you guys want to see. I personally don't want to do a mission mode intending to fail like last time. However, Grav, with that being said, I come up with the stakeholder expectations and vehicle requirements. You guys, yeah, you guys would fund the ideas. We're not doing design by committee. You guys give me a goal and fund it. I'll build the architecture. That's how new mission mode is going to work. Do you have a list of mods you use? Yep. Good, man. You just got back to work from 12 weeks off for parental leave. Hey, congratulations. That's good, man. Yeah, I do not need you guys designing stuff. Is it this one? No. What about this one? Be this one? No, there's this one. Hang on. This one. I like this song. Let's go with this one. Stardust Whisper. Nah, go with Chile. Chile's pretty good, but I like Stardust Whispers. This is a good one. Yeah, man. Good stuff. So, guys, like, once again, I think we got this thing working pretty good. Like, it's just flying it right at this point. It's coming up with some flight rules to get it to work, but she works, and she works good. Whatever happened to that center engine? We ended up not needing it, Kate. The first stage is actually... Oh, she packs a punch. This is, that's more than enough. Yeah, she's a beast. Would you put Jeb in it? I don't really have a human-rated vehicle designed for this thing. Cow controller for launch, it might help with the profile. I mean, Urban, I have KRPC installed. We could automate it for sure, but yeah. It doesn't have to be human rated, just Kerbal rated. Oh. How does this rocket compare to Starship? Bigger than Starship. Blue Benji. Yeah. About the same height. No, it's probably taller. Here, I'll show you the specs. So this thing's about 450 feet tall. Starship is, the tip of Starship is like somewhere up here somewhere. For the Block 2 variant. Starship, this thing is 65 foot. It's a 65 foot core stage. Starship is 30 feet. It's double the diameter. Yeah. So Starship would probably be up here somewhere. And it would probably be about as wide as maybe the nose cone of this vehicle. This thing was an absolute monster. It never got made. It was just baseline, but dude, she's a beast. It's an absolute chonker of a freaking vehicle. Does it have a name? We called it Prometheus over here because it brings you fire out the back. Here, let's send it again. Why is a rocket cylinder shape? Columns are the best way to deal with longitudinal loads. Can you link that PDF? Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you guys want to see more, I'll link it in both chats. Would it make sense in the future, especially with this new thicker Falcon 9 size downcomer taking a lot of the main tank volume, that a future V5 booster could have an external downcomer? No. No. Could have an external downcomer and in improved performance and maybe make it to have cryogenically cooled strakes? No. You just add more or add or subtract more rings to the tankage. So if you add more rings to the LOX tank, right? And subtract rings from the methane tank, you can get the same volume. So the common bulkhead on future Super Heavies is not going to be in the same spot as it is on the current versions of Super Heavy. Imagine if we'd actually gone to Mars in the 80s. That would have been nice. Remember, that downcomer there is all about strength for the vehicle. It's strength. It's a reinforcement on the vehicle and not necessarily about volume of propellants. That's really, really important to understand. Because remember, with Flight 9, Super Heavy came back and it tilted too far. And when it fired the engines, remember, okay, so the last flight that I did, dudes, the last flight that I did with Prometheus, like 30 minutes ago, right? We blew up because I yawed too far off of prograde. That is exactly what happened to Super Heavy. But what happened with Super Heavy is that when it went to fire its engines, the engine load combined with the cosine load from Aerodynamics actually bent the downcomer. The downcomer is the part that broke. And you had propellant mixing inside of the fuel tanks. That's the end of that. Cut him in half, count his rings. That is exactly what happened to Super Heavy as what happened to here with Prometheus a second ago. It's the same thing. But with Super Heavy, it's on the way down, not up. Court stenographer. No one wants a bent downcomer. No. Nobody wants that. Any chance of getting some Tim Dom music in Kit and Space Agency might make a fun insider marketing ploy. That is not up to me, X-Wing. That's entirely on RocketWorks. I don't think RocketWorks wants that type of game where, you know, especially given their crowdfunded marketing strategy, I don't think they'd want to do something like that. But I don't know. I don't speak for them. You'd have to ask them. Remember, I just consult on KSA, guys. I'm not a developer on that game. I'm not even employed by RocketWorks. I give them my opinions about things because I want the game to be good. Because the return on investment there isn't necessarily getting paid for your work. The return on investment is playing a game that I can make money off of. Right? Not that I totally think about it this way. First and foremost is teaching people about rockets, but also gotta put food on the table too. Gotta put food on the table too, dude. That's what I was trying to say. All right, ready? Send it again. Make sure this thing works. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No. Why you blow up? Oh god, it's gonna hit the SSTO. Hey, my upper stage is in one-ish piece. Yeah. It calls Lynn, yeah, that happens. Stuff blows up. It happens. Where I'm getting a little bit confused is why, because I did the exact same thing that I did on the last launch and it worked, which is kind of a little bit annoying. So do I hear correctly that a new mission mode is starting up soon? Yes. Yeah, we'll get it, dudes. We'll get it. I do not have a timeline. I will tell you that we will commit to one. It's just Canadian. I have to get back on the horse with KSP. I can't go going into a mission mode cold turkey. I don't think is the wisest decision. But I don't know. Who knows? Okay, T-10. Oh, I didn't hit that same vessel collision again. That's why it didn't work. Now that I said that, it's going to blow up again in my face. T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Here we go. There we go. We've cleared the pad. Vehicles doing the roll program. Okay, we're pitching down range. Clouds. I told you, now that I said something, it's still gonna explode. Told you. What was my top speed there? Oh, I didn't throttle back. Whoops. What's happening now? Well, I don't mean to lay it on thick here, Orange Boy. What's happening now? Well, the thing exploded. That's what's happening now, so it looks like my avionics package is careening towards the water here to a watery grave. I don't know. It may have not been conveyed that the thing exploded. You know? There's some parts of it over there. Some parts of it over there. Some more parts of it over there. Maybe we could slow down. Hey, all right. I don't know how that works, but whatever. She's good. Yeah, it's reusable. I don't know if you guys knew that. You have to secure the area? I put those avionics on another booster. Will I fish that out of the sea? Actually, McCausland, in mission mode, my hardcore rule set for Kerbal that I used to play, and I want to get back into it. If you wanted to get something back, so say I had a pod or something come down and land out in the ocean. If you wanted it back, you had to go and get it. That was my rule. Don't worry that this one has a turret on the back. Just don't worry about that. But I did build recovery ships to go and fish out payloads, because if you want it back, you have to go and get it. NASA just doesn't land something, or SpaceX doesn't land a capsule out in the ocean, just hit the recover button. You wanted to reuse your capsule, you wanted to bring the capsule back, you want to get your crew back. If it's not within 2.5 kilometers of the VAB, no recover button allowed. Go and get it. That was one of my rules, and it was... Yeah, the gun works, by the way. It's got a fireworks launcher in there. And we shot at other ships with it one time, just to play World of Warships in KSP. Oh, it works. I'm really bummed that this thing never got a shot. Why 2.5 kilometers? Render range. It's just something we picked. Can you test it, for research? I don't know why it's missing its rigging to get out to the, I know it's missing the rigging to get out to the water. Or maybe I could put it in the port. Hold on. Cove launch site. I mean, we're gonna put it out and it's gonna tip over, but maybe we could get it to the water. It's a weird looking crane on the back. Yeah. Your fireworks do damage. They actually launch a shell, Raiden, yes. If you don't tell it to pop, yeah, it launches a physical projectile out. The projectile explodes, but yeah. This is fine. This is working. Well. Put more powder behind it. KSP has fireworks? Yeah, you don't remember that? Yeah, that still kind of works. Neat. I mean, that ship has a keel. I didn't design, it doesn't have enough draft. That ship like to tip over because I didn't give the draft, the draft wasn't good enough. So how far it goes into the water. So because of my lack of understanding about boats, I ended up putting a keel on it that makes it, you know, not very great. But yeah, you could theoretically, you know, with fireworks launchers and stuff, you could overclock it, and then you could have naval battles in KSP. It's totally doable. How do you reload it? Didn't get that far into the design, Raiden, to be honest with you. It makes it keel over. Yeah. Anybody familiar with Direct? So, like, if you guys want to understand the scale of this, that's basically a scale model of an SLS Block 1B, right? It's close. It's not exact, but it's pretty close. So that's SLS Block 1B, and this is Prometheus. This thing was an absolute monster, or was going to be an absolute monster. They never made it. But I don't know. I want to get into the nuts and bolts of why this thing is having so many problems, but I'm pretty sure, guys, this is just coming down to me not flying it correctly. There's clearly a way to get it into space. We've done it. I wish EJ would get whatever visual mod I have that lets you do the orange GT-like fairings. Raiden, the Prometheus rocket is based off of an AIA paper from the mid-1960s about what you're going to need post-Apollo. Look at those numbers. 18 F1As in the first stage, 3 M1s, which is a Hydrolox vacuum-optimized F1. No joke. This song slaps. It's called Star Drift. There you go, Luca. Oh, God. No, not here. You know, whatever. Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm getting pretty sick of this thing doing that. It does it. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. It's really getting annoying, actually. You know what, fellas? I think we've reached what we wanted to do with this vehicle. I think it's time to do something else. I'm gonna call this one good. We got it out to the moon. It's good. You know, I'll put it out on the pad. We'll take a screenshot of it, and I'll throw it on Kerbal X and close the book on the post-Saturn Apollo launch vehicle. We did learn a lot of cool things about making fairings and editing them, though. Hey, Kuja Man, 43-month resub. Nature's Flame Trench. Yes. What's next on the Kerbal agenda? Well, we were doing some tests with the SSTO, and I think I want to do that. I think I want to go back to doing more tests with it, but I will admit this thing is fun to screw around with. Hey Reindeer, what's up, man? Random question, since I know you have a bum thyroid too. How much is your thyroxine script? I might be moving to the US and I'm preparing myself for medical bills. Okay, it's not bad, Reindeer. It's like $15 to fill it. I believe it or not, dude, this is gonna sound really stupid, but my hypothyroidism went away. I don't know what happened. I mean, I started eating a lot better and it went away. Like, dude, I go to the doctors once a month because I sit down all day to make sure that I'm okay, right? I haven't taken it in a little while, but when I did, it was not expensive. It was nothing. $15. Now, here's the thing. What's hyperthyroid? No, not hypo. Your thyroid is a gland here, Jackal, that's in your neck. Your thyroid gland. It's hard to. It's like your thyroid is like background processes for your body. It's like
Discovery.
like a background process. It needs to be right because it regulates a bunch of other things. Hey Firebird, 55-month resub. Reindeer, second question. Do you have a job lined up over here? Like you said you're coming to the US. Do you have a job lined up? Like if you have a job lined up, your healthcare is going to be fine. It's provided with employment usually. Like if you have not like a fast food job, like if you have a software job, if you have a job in software, yeah, you get benefits with the job. You have an offer from a pharma company. Okay, so your healthcare is going to, that's how we do it over here. You don't go, like some states have, like state funded healthcare, like Massachusetts does. But if you're coming here with a software job, your benefits, yeah, you're fine. It's not going to be expensive at all. It's basically taken out of your salary like taxes, but the company provides the healthcare. So yeah, you're working for a pharma company, I'll bet you the benefits are fantastic. 15 bucks. I mean, once again, it depends on the plan. You're gonna have to look at your deductible and stuff and make sure your deductible isn't screwing you completely. You have to make sure you got a low deductible, but your coverage is good. I mean, your mileage may vary. It really depends on what benefits your company has. But if you're a pharma company, yeah, it's probably really good. And it gets docked out of your pay. The company provides it, which is fine. I mean, that works really well. It works well for us. Like, people don't like that and some reason. Like, once again, I'm not trying to start a thing about healthcare. You guys, everybody's different, blah, 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 blah. Everybody should have healthcare. I understand. Yeah. But how we do it over here, if you have a good pay, if you have a good job, you have a decent job. Heck, McDonald's has healthcare benefits, dude. Like, it's just you hear it from a lot of people that it's expensive, and that's not wrong, but it's, the thing is that you negotiate the plan when it's private, so that's up to the people negotiating, and people don't know how to do that. And, I'd say that's more of a problem than anything. People don't know how to. Ready? Let's try this again. Hit 1. AG's loaded. 3, 2, 1. See, it just decided to work this time. Roll program. You're in healthcare. Most healthcare companies go out of their way to provide good insurance. Some are really good and some are just okay. I'm not aware of any healthcare company that has bad insurance. Yeah, exactly. Throttling us down. I need the arrow indicator up so I can watch max Q. It's in mass too, funnily enough. Pharma in mass. Are you moving to my state, dude? You're moving here? That's cool, man. Right on. Cambridge, England to Cambridge, Mass. Get a Charlie card. Trust me. Yeah, it did it again. Damn it. What am I doing wrong? Oh, our battery pack survived. That's good. Battery hot swap was confirmed. We hot swapped to nothing. Yeah, I can't see me for sure. Yeah, the thyroid's no fun. You shouldn't screw around with that. It's not handling the load, Panderific. The load. It's like we gotta throttle back the engines or something. It doesn't like all these engines pushing at 75 meganewtons of force. My structure in here can't take it. It's the inner stage. I know what it is. It's the inner stage causing a problem. Egros, you need to check your lotto ticket today at the grocery store, hoping I won the Powerball. Oh, good luck, man. If you win, just remember old EJ. Just remember your strimmer, man. I'm just kidding, dude. Why did it work the first time? Yeah, Dave, that's currently the issue that I'm kind of chasing. It's just down to how you fly it. No one won the big pot. Can it be strengthened? Yeah, of course it can be strengthened. But I designed this up here to be reusable, which is kind of why it's a big pain in the butt. Yeah, it was a hot staging. It was very hot staging. King, I really designed this first stage with reuse in mind, which is a little bit annoying, but yeah. You won 2 pounds. We won 2 pounds on a scratch card. Went to cash it in. The machine was down. Farm. Ad time. Okay, roll. That's my roll. What's your roll? Okay, let's try it again. Maybe there's a cooldown. You rolled a 2. No ads for you, boy. Yeah, guys, this is pretty much like we could sit here chasing whatever structural problem this is, but I'm honestly thinking this rocket needs to be redesigned. I would like to redesign it to be more Kerbal-esque rather than trying to make this real-life design work. And that really would involve doing a bunch of different things like extending the first stage, making the first stage bigger. Yeah, I mean, you guys tell me, do you want to go there with it? I would really like to Kerbalize this a little bit more. If I won, would you want your million in ones? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. How do you diagnose stuff like this in KSP? A lot of practice. Kerbal isn't really going to tell you what happened. You have to have sharp eyes. I know what's going on here. It's the aerodynamic forces. The aerodynamic forces are breaking the interstage. The interstage can't deal with the vehicle pitching over too much while accelerating too fast. It's basically putting a compression load on the vehicle, and if you try to turn with that compression load, whole building collapses. And that is the structurally weakest point. Can you strut it to fix it? Yeah. I mean, nah, no problem, Brendo. Funny. Yeah, keep it classy for me. Yeah, I like this thing, but yeah, we should Kerbalize it and send it to Jewel. You know what? I'm gonna throttle back the engines. We're gonna go through max Q. We'll throttle up, start to pitch it over, and then once we get fully pitched over, I'll throttle the engines down. I like being over here. Are you considering another mission mode save after this design? I would like to get my feet wet more with KSP. Get back into the groove of like running missions again, dude. Before I do that, because if I tried to, I'm pretty sure, and this is not for lack of confidence here. I'm pretty sure if we played mission mode right now, I would fail miserably. Like miserably. It would be bad. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3. You know what? Wait till it stops jiggling. Let's let it settle. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay. We've cleared the tower, or pad. Roll program. Roll program complete. Really? Ooh, payload fairing survived. Hey, alright. Payload fairing Confirmed. Separation. There we go. Yeah, this is fine. We're just aerodynamically pinned underneath a 280-ton payload. You know, surely we're not going to get sandwiched between us and the launch pad. Surely that's not what's good. Hey, something over there survived. What's that? Ah, yeah. Panel. All right. Shirley, I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. I suspect COPVs. What I need to know is why engineering mode isn't on the screen anymore. I don't have the font. I gotta get the font, dude. I haven't done that yet. I did update the PC specs down there, though, for the people that are wondering. Yeah, okay. I think this thing has reached its theoretical conclusion. We did learn some things. You gotta be careful with fairings here. But, yeah. This was a fun project, not necessarily get it useful for a save project. So, yeah. We have to get the right font. Yep. You know what part I want to find? You know what I was thinking, dude? It'd be another fun project to kind of get back into the swing of things. Well, let me look at something. Hold on. Thinking about what I want to do next. I didn't really think we'd get through this that quick, you know? But, yeah. Let's think about this for a second. You know what? You know what we never finished? Hold on. Hold on one second. Where is the last variant we were working on? The president has announced a move of Space Agency HQ. What is Space Agency, Timo? I think he moved Space Command. That was. Space Force Command, yeah. I see what we were doing there. What are you doing? Well, we finished working on the post-Apollo vehicle. It's really just kind of hit or miss whether it flies or not. I mean, more struts would make it work, but I think I've learned what I wanted to learn from that, guys. I mean, if you guys want to push through and see if I can get that thing 100% reliable, we could, but pretty sure that's just kind of boring. Pretty sure that's boring content. I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to see that. Is that my X-33? No. This was a prototype for building a small lifting body. Yeah. This freaking thing. Oh, boy. Did I just see a Starship? That's right, Pelly Joe, yeah. I had a Starship that I used just for suborbital testing. I would love to build Starship for you guys, but I'm like, I would want a 5-meter payload bay if we're gonna do it, which is a mod part. But yeah, that's what I would want. Guess who's making some food this weekend using one of those mandolin slicers? Here, I'll show you, Pelly Joe. Jeb died. EJ, did Jeb die? No, not in this save. Why don't you... Wait, you don't use mods? Connor, no, not really. I have some visual mods, dude, and then any modded parts that you see in this save are parts that I made myself in CAD, or Maya, but... How about building a super heavy so then we can go full stack testing? I never wanted to make a Starship because you don't have a payload bay for it. There's no payload bay that's going to be able to work correctly aerodynamically, Pelly Joe. I never wanted to do that. I will show you how this flies, though, if you want to see it. Ready?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Will this be an SN-15 landing or an SN-9? Gonna have to find out. Nice, Vargon. There you go. It has to be done right or else it's not gonna work. I got this, don't worry. Good. No, 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 no. Hey, stabilize. Here we go. She's good. Oh, balls. I don't know where my other payload controller is. Where's the probe core? There it is. All right, cool. Not ideal. Yep, nope. No, you know what, fellas? I didn't do this right. You gotta get it to break loose. Come on. Or else she's gonna fly. Gotta turn the other engines back on. Somehow we got it. Ready? We're just flying a little bit backwards, but hey, whatever, it's fine. Ready? I flipped a little bit too early. Yeah. Man, why is it gotta make the explosion so damn insulting? It's like, ha, it's still blowing up. Ha, 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 ha. It's like, why you gotta do me like that? I bent the downcomer. Just like the real one. Yeah, I know, yeah. Great. Real nice. Yeah, you can do it, Pelly, but yeah, it's realistic. It was contemporary. Yeah, it's good. I flipped too early, and I started my burn way too early. But yeah, that's it. Good stuff. You ever get the chopsticks to work? Ish. I got them to work. Kind of. I don't think my sticks are strong enough, dude. The whole thing likes to bend, dude. That's the problem. It binds up the chopsticks every time we do it. But I did make a Mechazilla. There it is. Fellas, here's what I'm toying with in my head. I don't think I'm ready to play mission mode again. But maybe we should just do it. The other thing that I really wanted to do is get the big SSTO working. I think we should work on that project for the rest of the week. Dudes, let's do that for the rest of the week. And then I think we should start mission mode sooner rather than later. Like, I love sitting here and I love messing with stuff, but if I don't have a reason to design, right? Like the post-Apollo vehicle, it's great. Prometheus is an awesome vehicle. It's pretty cool. There's no reason for it. I don't know. I mean, we could start designing payloads for it, right? But then it's hit or miss every time the thing gets into space, and I don't want to do that. It might be better to just start mission mode. But yeah. I think it's time. I think we should start it next Monday. Yep. And I think I'll spend the rest of this week playing KSP and yeah, just having fun with the SSTO and stuff. I think it's time. We got it. We got to get back on the horse. I am very scared of what's going to happen. I'm probably going to fail a lot, but it's okay. If you end up doing another mission mode, would you make more of your own parts? Yeah, I could make more parts. I would want somebody to texture them. I'm not good at texturing. I've never been good at texturing. Can you give an overview of the mission mode rules? Yeah, sure. I have them written down on the website. Oh, they upgraded the garage picture. There's workers, hearts with a big nuke, Assetto, summer car, satisfactory. Yeah, there it is. Here's the mission mode rules. If you guys are wondering. 1 is have fun. Fun is required at all times. Arguably the last mission mode I did not. We failed at that pretty hard. What country was getting nuked in that picture? Oh, Plymouth? That's Southwest England. There's Plymouth and Truro. We nuked the crap out of the UK. And judging by the commanders that I have down there, that looks like we were playing as Italy. This looks like we're playing as Italy. Jim, you caused the last rage quit because you kind of went Bostonian on me, and I wasn't having it. So it's kind of your fault in 2021. Yeah, I still remember that, by the way. Yeah. You're being a dick. You're still being a dick. Just messing. So here's rule 2: no reverts, quick loads. Quick saving before mission is allowed to take into account potential game glitches, crashing, and Kraken strikes. If a game error happens, mission needs to be restarted. Otherwise, no reverts or quick loads allowed. Eligibility for reload is subject to chat vote if I call for it. 3. No recovery unless at KSC, 2,500 meter maximum distance. If outside of 2,500 meters of KSC, the VAB, a recovery vehicle is needed. Craft files. All craft files are made in-house. Craft can be purchased from other saves pending relevancy to current mission. Craft cost is doubled and then rounded up to the nearest 100,000 if I, like, say I wanted to buy my space shuttle from another save. We could do it. Validation missions are required to prove craft safety and reliability. Ground support equipment must be made for craft when applicable. You have to make launch pads for your vehicles. In mission mode, there's no putting it on the pad and hitting the space bar. That doesn't apply. None of that. 3. No engineering mode or other save testing allowed. You have to validate your vehicles. You have to do the research and you have to do the testing on the ground to make sure that it works. All right? I'm probably, from this mission mode save, guys, I'm going to use Kerbal Wind Tunnel. I'll keep Kerbal Wind Tunnel installed. That would very much help me with validation. 5. Kerbals. Penalty amount for a casualty based off of Kerbal experience. Base penalty is 250k, additional 100k for each star that a Kerbal has. If you kill a 5-star Kerbal, you're going to be paying for it. Kerbals can be hired for a fixed rate of 100k. Costs 100k to hire any Kerbal. Time warp. Save must be time warped 8 days into the future every time it's loaded for streaming. 1 KSP day equals 6 hours. 4 KSP days equals 24 hours. Basically, the save progresses in real time, so to speak. If a burn is planned on a mission during the time warp, then the time warping will be stopped until after the burn has been done. Oh, all of this takes place in a career mode save, by the way. Yeah. No interplanetary time warp. Time warp is unrestricted in a local planet's SOI. Yep, no time warping in interplanetary space. So the idea is that it's going to take some time to get to Mars, or get to Duna, or the moon. Or, well, not the moon. To get to Duna. So, yeah, do something else while you're waiting. Like, fix your launch pad or something. A 4-day time warp is required between each test flight or mission. RUDs apply here as well. I'm not sure how that's applicable to time warp, but yeah. Stopping between time warps to check in for commercial contracts is allowed. Funding and program goals. So I'm going to change this. Overall direction of the space program funding will be voted on in chat polls. No. Direct funding will be voted in chat polls. I control the direction. 10% reward of funding cost awarded if program is completed on time. There's a bonus for getting it done. I'm choosing the direction of the space program. You guys basically choose actually, that's pretty applicable. You guys choose what I should be doing. So am I focusing on the moon? Am I focusing on Mars? Am I focusing on Eve or whatever? But I choose the mission architecture. You guys choose the goal and the funding, and I choose, with the allotted funding, I'll choose an architecture. Yes, chat votes on the program. You guys don't vote on the design, but you vote on the goals. The mission mode save going into negative funds will be evaluated by viewers depending on the fail condition. Bailouts are voted on by chat and have to be paid back. Standard career mode strategies can be used in the administrator building. You lose. There is a lose condition if you hit negative 1 million, there's a lose condition. You fail mission mode. Overhead from the missions will be pocketed. So basically, if I do it under budget and complete it on time, I get to pocket the overhead. Let me know what changes. Yeah, okay, drummer. Yep. Deadlines. Deadlines are implemented on a case basis per spaceflight program. If a deadline is exceeded, it will trigger to a chat vote to continue or not. If a program extension is approved, a minus 20 rep loss will be incurred. Yep. In career mode, you have company reputation. You get better missions with a higher reputation. You get better paying career mode missions, right? And it's up to me to choose when to do a career mode mission for some extra cash on the side, right? Like how SpaceX has their customer missions and they have NASA missions too, right? Same idea. If you don't hit your deadline, if you don't hit the deadline, bad stuff happens. A 20% minus 20 rep loss will be incurred. Chat has basically the ability. Well, if chat sets a deadline, they can tank my ability to career mode. That prevents you from stat padding in career mode. But anyway, if a program is chosen to not be continued with, it'll be abandoned and a new program gets chosen. A new direction for the space program. A new Apollo program or Artemis program. All Kerbals on orbit in said program return to Kerbin. Canceled programs incur a 50% rep penalty. If I screw up, I get penalized for it pretty bad. Do not screw up. Completed programs on time will give a plus 10 rep. All right. Mission log, Kerbal X, and VODs. All launches must be logged somehow. Website ideally. Crafts uploaded to Kerbal X after operational status. Yep, you guys get the crafts that I designed. Yep, that's mission mode rules. You'll suggest a design? Oh, yeah. Last. You won't stop Yargan his toxic campaign propaganda and gerrymandering. Mark my words, your program will grind to a halt. The bloated, overcomplicated SSTO program, there's no stopping this, it's already in motion. No, you guys do not vote on architecture, you vote on the goal. I choose the architecture. I choose the rocket, I choose the way I'm going to do it. One of my big screw-ups was designed by committee. Yeah. No. Screenshots of a mission to accompany mission log. Yep, everything must be documented to preserve VOD continuity. I want the mission mode to tell a story of this company in the space program. That's the whole idea. So everything gets logged, pictures get taken. All VODs in mission mode must be highlighted. All VODs in mission mode. We don't have to worry about that rule. That was pre-YouTube. We can upload it to YouTube. Everything will get put to the VOD channel or put to just the regular channel as a VOD. Launch sites. Other launch sites are enabled, but they are behind a fog of war style game mechanic. You must discover the launch facility to use it. I'm pretty sure the devs ended up adding that feature into the game. I think you have to discover it. Yeah. Extra launch sites cost money. You want to buy the island runway? $1 million. The desert? $2 million. Woomerang? $500. We should add the dock in the other sites as well. Liquid fuel locks must be generated on site, sans KSC. If you want to operate a space program out of the desert, guys, no generating fuel there. You have to set up ISRU. KSC is the only one that has propellant facilities there. Nothing else. Yeah, like I said, mission mode is very, very, very difficult. This is really, really hard. Could you transport it from KSC? Yeah, sure, of course. Build a tanker. Any nuclear equipment needs to be launched from KSC. KSC only has the facilities to handle RTGs and NERVAs. Amendments. Rules can be changed on a 75% vote from chat with streamer approval. 2. This rule cannot be amended. Yeah, and there's the change log. So the last time I played mission mode, I ended up failing. I failed with that big SSTO, the one that's sitting the big SSTO exploded in my face and we hit -1 million and it automatically triggered a failure. That's why, if you guys have been watching, that's why this damn thing is the bane of my existence. Bargon, SpaceX link? What do we got? Yeah, those are my mission mode rules. Mission mode is hard, and you will fail. It's designed to challenge you. Oh, that's right. We have to amend the rules. Where I last left off, guys, I wanted to be able to use Kerbal constructs to build facilities out at KSC. We put Kerbal constructs in the game so I could build this stuff. See all this over here? Yeah, so I could have flat areas to build other launch complexes for other rockets. Yeah, this freaking thing, dude. So, fellas, I built that within that rule confines, within that rule set. I built it within the rule set. I validated all the aerodynamic testing with no Kerbal wind tunnel. I did all the tank testing. All the aerodynamics was done with old-fashioned Kerbal engineering. Like putting it out on the stand, testing it, blowing it up, seeing it, blowing it up again, over and over and over again. Building the aero shell, getting all the aerodynamics done. I did it with a subscale demonstrator. So when we went to build this thing, I know it would work. Why did it explode at the end? The launch pad. What kind of monster is this? Tornik, this is a SSTO. It is a single stage to orbit launch vehicle that has about 30-ton payload capacity. Not to mention the hardware you had back then. Dude, we could make a nice little robust space program going with Kerbal constructs and this computer and everything. So Tornik, once again, part of my mission mode rules, dude, is not just building the vehicle. I never put in that mission mode save, I never put anything out on the launch pad and hit the space bar and sent it. You had to build the launch pad. That was very important to the rules because NASA doesn't just place a rocket out at the pad. The whole idea, they spend years engineering, well, decades engineering one. right? And then you have to build out all the facilities for it. What I'd like to tell people is that I don't play Kerbal, right? I don't like just build and launch vehicles in Kerbal Space Programs. I build space programs in Kerbal Space Program. Does that make sense? So funny, man. What do you think of those rules, huh? Pretty good. Mission mode is difficult. It's really, really tough. Will you ever do a mission mode type playthrough in KSA? If KSA allows for it, sure. It's launch complex, not launch simple for a reason. Yeah, that's right. I propose a change with the use of wind tunnels. Running the wind tunnel sim costs 10,000 or 1% of the vehicle value. Yeah. So Tornik, the reason why the SSTO was such a big thing is here. Look. Because it's not just the SSTO. The SSTO goes with the complex. It goes with the launch complex. Check the SpaceX tweet. The one that I just showed on screen, Ator? Yeah, it's pretty good. Too slow, man. You gotta be quicker on the draw. That was linked like 5 minutes ago. I mean, I do have them teed up here still. I don't think I X'd out of it. Woof. I love that one, dude. You can't pay for footage like this, dude. Oh my goodness. So legit, dude. Will you upload all the mission mode episodes to a YouTube playlist? Absolutely, Neb. Yep. Like I said, it's not just the SSTO. It's this. It's the pad. So we'd have to tow that son of a gun back over here, right? And then you'd have to back it up the ramp, turn the box to the horizontal position, turn it that way, attach the SSTO to it, provided you already put payload in it, and then turn it upright. And then fuel it. Yes, fuel it and launch it. So that SSTO that's already been to space. That's why I parked it over there. Hey dog, what's going on? I don't know, Always Idle. I don't really care. So the vehicles come out from the vertical building, right? In real life, Cruzo, yeah, it would roll out here and roll to the pad, yeah. Oh, drummer's testing the pole. Yeah, the polling system. Drummer, we're gonna need Drummer, we're gonna need functionality in the YouTube chat as well. I meant to say horizontal. I was referring to your game. No, the vehicle's horizontal. I roll it around and then we roll it to the pad. And then that box structure turns. You attach it and then you go. Oh shoot, didn't even consider that. They can log on the website, but it still needs a Twitch account. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe stick to just Twitch functionality right now, Drummer. Hey, Mason. 88 months. 1 year away from 100. Yeah, keeping it just on Twitch would be fine. I'm out the next few days, so we'll need time to implement some form of YouTube integration. No, don't worry about it. Just do it for Twitch. You don't want people double voting. No, it's gonna make double votes. Don't do that. Just keep it on Twitch. People can go on the website, that's fine. But, yeah. Really doing this again. Drummer, when you say you're out, does that mean you're off work or does that mean you're not going to be here? Business trip, not at PC. Alright. Is the Kitten Space Agency pre-alpha still available to celebrities, and is EJ the kind of celebrity? Yes and yes. No, I'm just Drummer, I want to make sure functionality is still good, but it seems to be working, so. And, you know, like, the thing is that the first architecture, I remember how I started Mission Mode 2. I built the first architecture, so I engineered the Imahara rocket and gave us something to go with. I wasn't here when you did these mission modes. I'd be so down if you started again. Ruin, it's no joke, man. It's really, really tough. I folded, dude. Last time I did it, I folded hard, man. I rage quit, and I didn't play Kerbal for 6 months. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Will the polling stretch over a day for those who may not be able to tune in? It depends on the poll. How many of those fails can you put down to a bad computer? Peter, I think for my sanity, I don't want to answer that question. Because how, dude. Using the SSTO again, it has become very clear to me that, yeah, it's become very clear to me that a lot of the SSTO particularly, that the only reason that project didn't work was the limitations on the computer. My engineering was sound, which pisses me off, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, pretty much Tigris, yeah. Yeah, there you go, Ryo. Time to spend 3 years fixing all your old crap files. Berlani, I already fixed the SSTO pad. When we were bench testing the computer last week, I got the SSTO pad working. It was working just fine, which just sucks. Basically, what should drummer watch first? Star Wars. Go with Star Wars. Sure, why not? I mean, all of them. Dude, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know if I'm ready. Believe me, this is not a self-confidence problem. I'm not sure. Okay, it might be a self-confidence problem. Hokey, you get the feeling drummer's more of a Star Trek guy? Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just go look at my mission mode save. I believe in you. Check SpaceX Twitter first job offer. I mean, how many times are you guys gonna link this? Did you live stream the last mission mode on YouTube? No, Ruin. Dual streaming was not allowed. This one will be, though. Accountant. I need an accountant. Does that help? A&P at McGregor. TIG welder? I don't TIG weld, Erudite. I don't TIG weld, bud. I MIG weld, and I'm not very good at it. Hook. Oh, temporary cook position. I can do that. I'm qualified to do that. I think that's the only thing on paper that... Oh, a sous chef! Hell yeah, I'm definitely qualified for that, but that's in Bastrop, so I don't feel like moving to hill country. You MIG weld? Will you Sukhoi weld? Jesus, that's a lot of positions. Hotel operations and Starbase. I could do that. I'm qualified. I got a good I could do hospitality. That's fine. I could do that job. I'm qualified for that on paper. Pretty good. Pretty good. Security wooden bill. Oh. Spaceport Experience Specialist, Starbase on site. The Spaceport Experience Specialist plays a key role in designing and delivering the best-in-class employee experiences across SpaceX. This role supports the execution of internal and external programming, site activations, wellness offerings, and community building efforts that enhance culture, boost morale, and drive engagement at our spaceport locations. You will partner with internal teams to bring large-scale initiatives to life, while also owning the day-to-day execution of services, events, amenities that improve the quality of life for SpaceX employees. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I mean, you could argue that I kind of do that already, but... Paint technician. All right. HVAC. HVAC out of Cape Canaveral. Bro, let's go. SPMT operator, let's do it. Wait, you're like a legit chef? I'm not a legit chef, Matt. I worked in a bunch of restaurants growing up, though. I can do it. I've been a sous chef, doing all the prep work, getting in at 6 a.m. and doing all the prep work, cutting all the onions, peeling potatoes, cutting peppers. Like, dude, yeah, no, I've done that. Yeah. Like, ratatouille, sous chef. Oh, you know? What else we got here? Did you make the soup? No, didn't make the soup. I could do that job. Pretty good at that. I could do that. I worked on a loading dock. Shipping specialist. What is this? As a shipping specialist, you would be responsible for the expedient movement of designated items to support production, test, and launch operations. Primary function of the shipping specialist include packaging, manifesting, and tracking of materials as requested by internal and external customers. I could do that. Yeah, I could do that job. Sure. Shipping logistics are, yeah, something I could do. Apocalypse says I could be one of your references. I'm pretty sure that's not remote. I'm not moving to Starbase. No, I'm good. I'm happy where I am. This job kicks too much ass, dude. Sorry. Are jobs like this ITAR limited? Depends. Most of them, yes. Prop engineer. Controls engineer. Life support. Bro, look at that one. Look at that. Eclipse for Starship. What's the pay? I don't know. Oh, a porter. I'm a porter, not a busboy. Dude, there's so many open positions. That's crazy. I mean, guys, with a job like that, I would negotiate my pay. Absolutely. I would negotiate for it. Anyway. All right. It's getting up to 4 o'clock. Somebody in Redmond for Starlink. They're going to have to ramp up V3 operations soon, Kujiman, so yeah. Could you design a cheap rocket system to get into orbit if someone was stupid enough to hire you? I'm confident enough, Home Planet, that I would know enough about what I'm doing to get people that do know how to do that and assemble a team of people that know how to do that and then get it done that way. Me designing it? Probably not. Anyway, yeah, these are the mission mode rules. We're gonna have to amend them for wind tunnel testing. I'm gonna have to change some for wind tunnel testing, but yeah. I have the save. If you guys want to play along with me, I have the save. Certain things are unlocked in the tech tree for the save, but yeah. You could get Joey B. He's done that in carbonated milk. That's what I mean. If somebody was like, EJ, I need you to make a company to launch things into space, I'm sure I know enough people to make that happen. But not me by myself. I don't think I'm smart enough to do that. And that's not to say that I couldn't be. It's just the thing is when you're self-taught, learning takes a lot of time. I think we could start next week, King. That means I'm going to have to spend the rest of this week designing a rocket in Kerbal. We have to start with something. Guys, I don't know if I'm up to this. We'll find out. Weird note for the day. Some of your friends at SpaceX are telling me there's a plan to start a spaceport here. Kind of sus. What do you think? Let me see. Didn't these plans get shot down a long time ago, Baron? Those houses are awfully close. Yeah, there's no way. Boga didn't stop Starbase. It's an army airfield. Dude, if you were going to do something like this, Baron, you would need... Your launch pads would need to be, like, over here somewhere. And you do have dock access, and it looks like you got a dredged canal, too. Just saying. Interesting. You're relatively close to a highway. I think that's 95. Yep. Relativity, ULA, and Blue are blocking the SpaceX permit for launches at KSC. I think that's why. Yes. Sawyer, yeah. It's... Yeah, pretty much. Anyway. Fellas, we can talk more about that during Space News if you want. I'm going to take a break now, I think. I think we're good. So I think that's going to do it for part 14 for the post-Apollo Saturn launch vehicle. We could keep going with it, but I think it might be time to... Might be time to get back on the horse. For mission mode. We, over the next couple of, I don't know, I say next week, but it might be the week after. I kind of we have to make sure the polling system works, and Drummer's not going to be here. So you have to make sure the poll system works. I have to design a craft to start, or we could just use Imahara, the Imahara launch vehicle that we made a little while back. That was a pretty good little vehicle. Might be a good place to start. I would probably want to redo some stuff with the launch pad for that. Have you played Re-Entry? Yes. Not on stream, though, Roadrunners. Well, in 6 minutes, we'll find out if it works well enough. Yeah. I like Tessa's rule about wind tunnel testing. So Tessa, send that over to Drummer. Drummer, put that rule in for wind tunnel testing. Now, guys, I got a question. What about KRPC? Do we think we could also do viewer-built payloads? No. There would be thousands of payloads, and I'd never get to launching all of them, Tigris. No viewer-built payloads. I think KRPC, I think we could use it. Yeah, we could have KRPC work. I don't know how to do anything with software. I don't think we should make KRPC a requirement, but it definitely, I think, keep it in there. And what about Kerbal Constructs, Drummer? Okay. So guys, the next couple of days will, not tomorrow because we're going to work on the car. I'd say on Thursday, Thursday, our job is to figure out like how Kerbal Constructs fits in with mission mode. Like how does Kerbal Constructs fit in? Does it cost you money to put down facilities, et cetera, et cetera? That's the big one. We have to figure out how that all kind of integrates together. ChatGPT is good with Python. I am not vibe coding a guidance system, Louiso. Same for custom-made parts. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do with the custom-made parts. Budget, don't worry about that yet. We're not that far into it. The whole point with mission mode, guys, is that you guys don't choose the starting architecture. I choose the starting architecture, and I choose the starting missions. The starting missions are basically playing career mode. And then, you know, once the vehicle proves its worth and we kind of get to the point where we need to make a bigger vehicle, that's where we start choosing our goals. Allow custom parts for pads. No. No. Building parts takes too long, Erudite. No, absolutely not. It took me a month to make that stupid hinge, and I didn't even finish texturing it. Night Wartaz. Kerbal Constructs to build ground stations or use vehicles? Kerbal Constructs is to build flat area or whatever, Hillness. What about the hinge? Okay use of that? I'd say the hinge is fine. Keep the hinge in game. Yeah, that's fine. If anything, for just simpler part counts. I don't think we should revoke my mod part. I think keep it in the game. I made that thing. That's my part. I did texture it. Not fully, though. It's not finished. Wow. See, here's the thing about that, guys. Part of the mission mode rules is having to give you guys the craft files. And if I give you guys the craft files, gotta give the hinge. Where are we gonna put the hinge? We never released it as a mod. Yeah. Yeah, okay. You can upload the hinge on the website. That is easy. All right. Well, drummer, if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna make it a part that you can download, I have to tweak it a little bit. The way it attaches is pretty bad. We're gonna have to mess with it. Yeah. Okay, we got some stuff to think about. Give me one moment. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I gotta shore up some stuff, and when we're ready to go, we're ready to go. The streams of you building that hinge was awesome. Like, it opened up a new door to some cool stuff. Streets. Okay, here's the thing, fellas. I'm not entirely against building my own parts. I can build parts. That's no problem. It's the texturing. I can't do the texturing. The texturing takes way too long. Texturing and UVing is just caca. If somebody wants to do the texturing and the UV, I would not be against using my own parts. How's the coronet come along? We'll work on it tomorrow, Tigers. have viewer help. I would want somebody that's good and pretty well versed at UVing and texturing. I hate it. It takes way too long and it's boring. So I wouldn't necessarily be against building one-off parts. I just don't really want to do it unless I absolutely have to. Like the hinge, that's useful. That's a useful part. That's why I chose to make that one. Can you just sample the textures of existing parts in the game? Yeah, but it's not that simple, dude. That's not... Oh, just sample parts. John, can you just operate a nuclear reactor for a submarine? Just operate it. Yeah, just operate it. You can operate it, right? No, that's not a complicated thing to do. No. Just operate it. Just turn it on, bro. That's right. You just flip it on, right? Never mind the control rods. Like, just pull them out. Whatever. Just operate it, bro. Doing that, lifting textures is tough. That's hard to do. It's tough to do. It's better to just make your own and match the color palette. You're good with computers, right? Yeah, my email doesn't work. Can you just make it work? Oh, yeah, just make it work. Yeah, I'll do that. All right. Okay, it's stuff to think about. We'll brainstorm it over the next couple of days. We might start next week. We might start the week after. I just want to make sure that we're ready. But anyway, what kind of UVs are we talking about? UVs for 3D models. Visualize. Yeah. Okay, that might just be like the eyedropper. I'm not clone stamping KSP's textures, dude. No, I'm not doing that. I want to make stock alike, but I don't want to just lift textures. I didn't do that with my hinge parts. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I got better at texturing. I don't know, maybe like that's another thing we could do. If we want to delay the start of mission mode, I could make some mechanical components. We could make more of those mechanical parts designed to work with the other hinges and the other components. Because that's pretty much what I need. I just need some mechanical parts like locking pins and slots. I just need basic mechanical pieces. And then you can really have some fun. You've done simple or complex. Well, visualize really low poly count parts, but I need to match the Kerbal stock-alike texture. I never made a rotor piece, Illness. No, we never made a pin. I could. Sure. We could make a pin for the rotor so you could, clamp the rotor piece and same vessel collision and make a pin for like a crane. Totally doable. Can you explain what mission mode is? I just did, Ari, like right before you came here. I'll link up the mission mode rules. It is a career mode save in KSP that with my rule set attached to it. It is extremely difficult and it takes time to get it right. It's very tough, dude. Really hard. You need parts for something that doesn't currently exist. Okay, cool, NASA Junior. Shut up. This always happens. We theory track mission mode to go way off track, but the last mission mode was perfect. It was going perfect. Then a bad vote ruined it. I think, J-Speed, we could keep my hinge part. I don't mind using the hinge part. I put in the time and engineering into that thing. I think we keep the hinge part and then if I want to design another one, like I need a one-off piece or something, that's fine. But I really want to keep the stuff stock, dude. My bad. Just got back from school. Don't worry. Don't apologize, Ari. I just explained it. I was just telling you. I just explained it, so I'm not going to explain it like 30 seconds after I finished explaining it. Just link up the rules and read. It's just, dude, it's a hardcore skill set, a hardcore set of rules. You really need to have a pretty good skill set to play. Yeah, there is fail conditions. You can lose. J-Shelf Discord would probably be better. But I mean, not sure if you want. Nice, John. There you go. You know, reason you can't reuse the rockets you designed from the last one for the cost, but so we don't need to spend months designing stuff. It's always available to buy, Sawyer. You can buy the parts. It's a rule. Look. Yeah, I already figured that one. Oh boy. All right. We're gonna spend the next couple of days playing Kerbal here. So Thursday, Friday, we're gonna play Kerbal. We're gonna discuss the rule set. So we'll discuss the rule set, kind of figure out how everything kind of fits together. And yeah, I don't want to get into part modeling. Part modeling is just a distraction. Yeah, this computer can handle a lot more parts than the last one. If I can't figure out a good architecture, with what I have with the canard, yeah, that's on me. City's question. Several blocks of my low-density residential were complaining about low land value, so he added parks as the game suggests, but now they're complaining about high land value. You just gentrified a low land value district extremely quick, and you priced people out of it. Creeper. You increased the land value too much. You took downtown Baltimore and made it you made it Palo Alto. And you priced everybody out of the market. That happens. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to take my break. I will be back for space news. Basically, I don't want to say the top of the hour because that's a 40-minute break. Let's say, yeah, you know what? Five works. So I'm going to jog the VOD on YouTube. We'll restart up at 5 o'clock. On the Twitch side of things, I'm just going to go grab a quick bite to eat, and we'll be on the starting screen here for space news. Yeah, we got to think about, I got to think about what we're going to do with mission mode. Fellas, I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to put this out into the void. Part of me is like, I just kind of want to run a space program, you know? I'm not sure I need mission mode rules. Part of me just wants to play the game. Because I didn't just invent mission mode overnight. We played a bunch of different rules. We played a bunch of, like no revert plays, right? And, I don't know, man. I'm going to stew on it. I don't think we're going to start mission mode next week. Maybe just play career. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, sniper, exactly. Last mission mode, did you do career with the starting pool adjusted? Yeah, we have there's a save download on the website. How about the 2015, 2016 style mission mode? Lemprod, I think that's what we should do to kind of dial us back in. I think that's what we should do. RP1 would be fun, but I get it if you don't want to get into that right now. Can you do RP1 in stock Kerbal size? Like, you don't have to do it in RSSRO, right? I got to remember. No. I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking. RP1 is strictly RSSRO. Yeah. All right, chat, look into that one. If we could get RP1 in like working with stock KSP, I'd consider it. But I think a career mode or even just a straight MM1 rules, which is basically unlimited budget, no reverts, no time warping in interstellar space. I think, that might be MM1 rules might be the right place to start. Because Fell is like, this isn't it kind of is a confidence thing, but it isn't a confidence thing. If I jump into mission mode 2 right now, I will fail. I'm pretty damn sure. Like, nothing is guaranteed. But all right. We're gonna do something, whatever we do. I'm actually thinking a career mode save would probably be a good place to start. But then again, the career mode save you kind of have to build bespoke stuff. Yeah, there you go, Dean. Yep. That's the entertaining part. It needs to be a challenge. I vote sandbox mission mode. We could do MM1 rules, Lunprod. Yeah. Go with your gut, Barry. Okay, I'm gonna stew on it. I'll see you guys at 5 for space news. That's in about 35 minutes. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Part of me wants to put CTS 5 to work, but comes in good time. Mm. Yeah, we'll see. All right, guys. I'll be back for space news in a little bit. The cycle for space news is kind of slow. There really isn't much, dudes. Is Colin still Kerbal rated? It absolutely is Kerbal rated. It's one of the best designs I have, drummer. My thing about the shuttle is that, yeah, well, not my thing. Like, we could build whatever with it. Yeah, we could do whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Like, now we'll just, yeah, guys, the cycle for space news has been so ridiculously slow lately. It's gonna pick up. It always picks up in September. It's just, yeah, sometimes the summer is really slow. We do have a Starlink launch a little bit later tonight. It's at 11:20. We'll go. I should be able to go all the way to that. After hours tonight? Yeah, I wanted to play more Stationeers. Yeah. Collins is good, but Enterprise is the most efficient for sure. Stationeer still hasn't had a patch, so don't hold out hope. All right, I'm going to shoot a Hypemare message right now. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec. Shot Hypemare message. There's a temp fix that will likely be baked into the future beta branch. Okay. Build an orbital shipyard where you could ship up and store parts to build on site. What needs to be patched? This, yeah. Fellas, okay. I was just thinking about it. I'll be honest. If we're gonna jump in and have some fun with KSP again, like what I would want to do is I want to build launch pads. I'd like to build more launch pads. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, more launch pads would be fun. So there's a bug with the patch last night. Basically, they changed the texture files and Mars worlds won't load now, but it's a game thing, not a world thing. There's also word of an issue with the terrain being offset. So personally, I think we should wait for the devs to roll back or patch it to make sure a version bump is the right move. Okay, well, I shot Hypemare a message. He'll figure it out. Yeah, so if Stationeers is off the menu, I don't know. I don't know what we'll do for after hours. Let me think about it. We could continue our hearts pull and save, but I don't know. Trying to see what games we have installed. Cities 1. I did want to build a you know what, dudes? Okay, how would you guys feel about this? Space news is a little bit slow, and we got a rocket launch at 11 tonight. How about I jump back into Cities 1, and that map that Jack, my buddy Jack Beyer, built his city on, I would like to play that map, but start my own city. Would anybody be interested in a it's like a Cities 1 tutorial? I want to find that map and I want to play it. I like that map a lot with the mountains and stuff. Okay. All right, dudes. MSC is tomorrow, Brandon. Okay. That's what we'll do. I guess. All right. So that's what we'll do. I'll play Cities 1. We'll find that tropical map. And yeah, we'll start a new city build in Cities 1. I think that's a good idea. At least, at the very least, that's going to bide me some time so I think about what I want to do in KSP. Because I'm back to a point where I want to play. I'm back to a point where I want to play it, which is good. Because I wasn't at that point for a long time. But now we're back, so that's good. So anyway, so fellas, if we're going to do that, that's starting in 30 minutes. We'll fire up Cities 1 in 30 minutes. I'm going to go grab a bite, and we'll basically do our space news segment super late because of the Starlink 17-8 mission, which is at 11:51 tonight. It's 4:30 p.m. here, and it's at 11:51. So that'd give us plenty of time to jump into Cities and have a good time. So I will see you back here in 30 minutes for Cities. I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD, and we'll go from there. Okie dokie? All right. I'll see you guys then. Stand by for loss of signal on the YouTube side of things. On Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm just going to play some music. I'll be back in a sec. Stand by for loss of signal on YouTube as expected.